Alright guys, what's up? How you doing, Pixel? What's up, Rick? How you boys doing today? Nice to see both of you. I have got to try to beat Zelda on the NES today. I'm wacky? What do you mean by this, Pixel? You're feeling wacky today? I gotta move some of this shit over here. Ugh. Okay. Let's turn down the Link to the Past music here. Fade it out a bit as much as I can. Okay. And then we'll go into our game. I hope it's here. I hope it shows up. Okay, it did. Perfect. What's up, guys? How you doing? I'm feeling wacky, yeah. Rick, my phone is... I still have just a normal iPhone 6, and I feel like it's old, which is crazy, because it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but at this point, it feels so old, because I've had it for so long. He's been stingy with his hotspot. I read that. I guess I know what's up with you guys. I read your messages every day. Alright. I am kind of ready for this. Working on a 60s style logo for the show I want to do? Fuck yeah, dude. Pixel, you've got so many fucking ideas, dude. Big ideas, man. Okay, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. I thought we had enough. We do. We needed 12 hearts for the third sword, and it does even more damage. So let's go ahead and go get that. Oh, you always spawn with 3 hearts. I forgot that. That kind of sucks. Well, we're just gonna have to find a fairy fountain again. I'm drawing you, but axe murderer? What? Why? What do you mean? Me, but axe murder. Nice. Did Twitch break? Where's all the legenders in chat? Twitch is very broken today. Very, very broken. I've been trying to highlight stuff all day and everything's just been breaking, and that's why I had that, like, YouTube question and shit. Twitch is very broken. But it is weird that you guys are the only ones here right now. It is kind of freaking me out, but honestly, it's kind of cozy in a weird way. Okay, there's okay, now everyone's gonna come in at... Oh. That is so fucking weird! Dude, Twitch is being so weird tonight. What the fuck? Twitch is scaring me today. I don't know what's going on. It was just me, Rick, and Pixel, and then we were like, huh, I wonder if Twitch is still breaking, and then 4 people all said hi at the same time. Hi guys, Truth, Marcus, Addy, what's up guys? Purce-tober, what is Purce-tober? It's not October yet, you can't even say that. We're halfway through June. Alright, we need to find this stupid graveyard. I don't know where it is. Oh, this is the Lost Woods, isn't it? Fuck. Wait, what? What about my shield? Fucking hell. Dude, I have no idea where the graveyard is. Four? What the hell got? Oh, you already got Zelda his shield. Fucking Zelda. Don't call him that. Yeah, he starts off with the shield. I have to go find the next sword right now. That's where I'm at. Welcome in, guys. What's up, Crab? Yeah, thank you, Addy. I will need the luck. We are on the hard dungeons now, from what I've heard. I I thought we could just walk over to the graveyard because I know it's to the left. I don't know, maybe you have to solve the Lost Woods to get there, which would be really annoying. I think you fucking do. I don't know the solution to the Lost Woods. I do have my map that we had up though, so I'll look. Is it a Lost Woods thing? Does the map tell me how to solve it? Northwest, southwest. That's actually really easy to remember. See my new website layout yet? I didn't get to look at it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I have not been looking at most internet shit, Discord shit this weekend. I was very much away from my computer this weekend. I had a lot of messages from people I didn't get back to. Who knows, retro games are all easy as fuck all the time without exception? Jeez. Let me go look. Oh my god, it looks so fucking 90s. Under construct. Oh my god. This is fantastic, Rick. Oh, I love this. Good job, dude. That looks awesome. I see what aesthetic you're going for. Don't worry. If any of us in chat right now are gonna appreciate that, it would be or if anybody's gonna appreciate that, it would be my chat probably. I'm slurring over everything today. New stream week. We got to get used to streaming again, you know. Happens every week. All right, north, west, south, west. Okay, I should be able to remember that for the rest of time now. What's streaming? Never heard of it. I don't know, Anthony. What's up, dude? How you doing, brother? I know which one of these you have to... I don't know if you have to bomb it or just move it. Okay, you just move it. Alright, we get the Master Sword, but it's like not the Master Sword, it's just called like the White Sword or something. But that's the best sword in the game, so we have that now. We're good. Now, what did we do last? We... Oh, fuck, I don't even know what dungeon we're on. I might have to look at my map and see... I might have to look at the map and see what items were in the last dungeon, and I can figure it out from that. I think we did 5 last. Because I remember saying that we were like over halfway. I think we're on either 6 or 7, yeah. Yeah, the Konami code. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's annoying. FTP in Yakuza 3? What's FTP? What is that? It's got a reminder on my Facebook timeline, which I never check, of a memory from 16 years ago. Oh my god. Yes, I remember Badgers. Holy shit. Why did it remind you of that? Like, why did Facebook send you a notification to remind you of that? Okay, let's see. We have not done level 6, which is exactly where I am standing. So let's hope that we did 5 last time. I'm pretty sure we did. Because I remember saying we were over halfway done. But since these are so hard that I figured it would probably take a long time. See, it's so hard. Even with the map, I cannot find where the dungeons are. There was 4. 5 was up in the mountains, I thought. That was the White Sword. Okay, 5 was up there, and that was the flute. Okay, so, funny enough, we were actually... Yeah, we did 5. Funny enough, we were actually a screen away from Dungeon 6 right now, so we're already ready to go. Cool. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you said you modded it, so I assumed you can just do that. Currently, videos from newgrounds.com are my only... I mean, same, dude. I got Facebook memory from 2013 and the post was watching anime, and that's it. Interesting. Okay, yep, just hit me past him. Alright, we do have red potion, which is nice. Alright. I also got a tip from Marin last time after we stopped playing. I have 2 keys. Alright. That's weird. Alright, we're back to dungeons, boys, where we get to panic about every attack pattern and everything. Well, that's nice. What if we actually just fly through these fucking dungeons? That would be amazing. Oh my god, I'm kinda... Oh! I forgot we can block them. I'm kinda murdering it already, dude. Alright, do you just want me to run through? I feel like there's probably something we could push in there. Ow. Oh, at least they drop hearts. At least that one did. Fuck, it's so hard to swing in this game. Ooh! Is there... Yeah, we have the shield upgrade, right? I think the shield just always looks like this. There is a shield upgrade. I can't remember if we got it or not. Okay. Usually the first time we go through a dungeon, I like pretty much die because I'm trying to figure out the dungeon layout. I probably shouldn't have purposely died, but it's okay. It's just gonna put us back at the beginning, but then you only have 3 hearts. I just want to get the map. Oh, fuck you. Oh my god! Yeah, like, exactly like that, how I just died? Yeah. The problem with this is that we have to... Jesus Christ! Okay, I think this is maybe why the dungeons get harder. They put in enemies that do ridiculous damage. It's my fault for saying, wow, I'm doing good so far. Now I'm gonna start... I mean, the worst part about this game is that you respawn with 3 hearts. So, I mean, I have to go and find a fairy now. And shit before I can do this dungeon, basically. I want to get the map first before we do that stuff, though. Aim at the eyes of Goma. Oh, Goma's in this dungeon? Do we try and get to sponsor RDHC? I don't know how to even start about doing that. Goma Pog. You just send emails? I feel like I would never be adventurous enough to do that. That's how I got jewels last year? That's crazy. Need sponsors? Yeah, talk to Truth about it. There's a speedrun event that Anthony holds every year that I will be on. I was on last year and I'll be on again this year. See if Uncle Joe will sponsor it. God damn it. So the sponsor package, Anthony's like, I don't think I have one. Oh, cool. Don't let me speak for Anthony, he's the one who runs it. Oh, this is... I flew through this room the first time, there's no way I'm gonna do it again. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck you! Oi! Okay. Okay, we can just run through this room. Okay, how did we fight this guy last time? Wasn't it just like swinging on his head? Oh yeah, it's like his body. Ah! It's his head, but it shows it hitting his body. Okay, fuck it. We're so far in that I'm gonna drink this. It sounds like your game breaks whenever you heal in this game. Ow. Okay. Yep. Uh-huh. Beautiful. Curb! No! Why did I not do it? Here, I'll replay it for you, buddy. Curb! Thank you for 69 bits! You need to fill up on Campbell's... No, I don't want Campbell's Chunky. Thank you, Hungry Box. I don't need it. Hi, I made a root beer float. What's up, Alicia? Curb, thank you for 69 bits. What's up, dude? How you doing, brother? Really out and about, but I just want to say love you, brother. I'll be back later. Love you too, Dad. See you later, brother. I breathed a sigh of relief, then it actually played. I'm sorry. I have to give them what they need. That was... They were off because of Jeopardy. Just do more special streams, then we'll never have to... For everyone who loathes the bit alerts, we'll never have to hear them again, guys. Oh yeah, we have a ladder. Nice. Okay, Jesus, that's all I wanted. Is this... Okay, this does not have a right door. Jesus Christ. Alright, whatever. So we know that way doesn't have a right door. Do you know what you're doing? Hi, Asuka. What do you mean, do I know what I'm doing? Yes, I'm on Dungeon 6. Do I know where to go? No, this is blind. What's up, Asuka? How you doing? I mean, the whole game isn't blind, but I have not been this far in, like... Since I was, like, 8. Fuck. Ow. Blind Legend of Zelda is brutal? Yeah, it is. It is very tough. I think I made it this far, like, once in my life. I just never finished it. I'm gonna put this back on. One of those fucking waves, dude. Red potion is very nice. The first 3 are like very easily doable, Anthony. I would say. And then it like gets... I would say probably Dungeon 4 is where it starts getting... It's the... Whatever one had the dark nuts. I think it was 4. Once they add in dark nuts, it's like, oh, this actually is no fun. But if you get past it, the dungeons after are fun again. Fuck, those are my bad. The dork nuts. That's what they should be called. They're fucking dorks. These things like to debate you. I don't know why I'm doing this. You can run through this room. Okay. This was the boss. Or mid-boss. And then up goes nowhere, which is weird. Maybe we go right. Yeah, that's... I mean, 5 was... I think 5 was hard, too. I can't remember. It's been... We played it, like, earlier this month, so I'm already forgetting a lot of shit. Oy. Cool. There's gotta be something with these, right? No? Twitch was fucky hours ago. It still is, Curb. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's really bad. Yeah, Bezos sat on the router. That's gotta be it. Alright, so the boss is coming up in this next room, it looks like. So blues take multiple hits. Fuck! I should use my blue potion. I want to save it for the boss, though. Alright. This, honestly, if we... well, we need the item from this dungeon. We can't forget that. So technically, we wouldn't have been done. Fuck. I can't see anything! Ah, there's 4 of those. Okay. I didn't think packing was gonna be that hard. Packing is terrible. When was the last time you had to pack, Rick? Yeah, they got that. They have dial-up at Amazon headquarters. They just shot beams into each other. Nice. Dude, if I could fucking grind out hearts and like if I could reload this room and grind out hearts, I would do it each time. But... okay, this was where he said aim at the eyes of the Goma. Okay. Is there a secret in between here? No. Okay. I keep trying my Binding of Isaac strats and they don't work. I never had to pack before. I was too tiny. You were too young whenever the last time you had to pack. So you didn't have to pack. Yeah, packing does suck a lot. If you're moving, yeah, fuck packing is the worst. Moving all my shit into this apartment, afterwards I was like, I'm never doing this again. Even though I know that one day I will have to do it again. Yeah, moving sucks. I'm glad everyone can agree on this. This room seems sketchy. So's! 4 lanes of friends. You want to stop by and say 69? Really? That's the one thing you want to come by and say? God damn it. So's, thank you for 69 bits. Hi, So's. Thank you so much for always hanging out. I miss you. Alright. I'm gonna guess that the dungeon item is somewhere on the top right of this dungeon. It's not gonna be in a room like this. There's just too much shit going on. It's gonna be in a room where there's like nothing. This had a mid-boss in it, so... yeah, I bet it's in like one of these or something. Especially if there's more keys! Fuck! I literally went down. I was already on the ladder. Okay, we need to get a fairy, and then I'll have an extra blue potion. Where's the closest fairy fountain? Let's look. I'm gonna beat this light's ass. We still haven't gotten the LED strips, guys, because I'm a fucking idiot, and I just haven't done it. I still haven't looked into them. So this thing's doing all sorts of whack shit. Oh boy. Hyper-realistic blood red, of course. See, red works. It's so bright. Okay, so what happened what happened is this thing still kind of works. The green burnt out on it. There's no shades of green. So that's why there are 4 options in the lights thing. And also it lasts the whole stream now. So whoever nabs the lights first gets it. I have an alert idea, but I need your permission first. What is it, Curb? Oh yeah, fuck that, Rick. I still don't know why you didn't send it back. It's from China. They're probably not gonna take it back. No, I don't, Anthony. I was honestly trying to find like something to do, like some party game or something to play with people, or I don't know. Purse, okay, dude. See, that would be I would do this for hearts if he dropped hearts every time, but he's not going to. Wait, what about in here? This had like 4 wizards in it, right? Want to do VN boys? Shit. I mean, I got a stream. Can we do that on my stream? Or do you want to do it on your stream? Or how would we do this? I would be down. I mean, you said that you used to get drunk during it, so I guess that means I can get drunk during it. There we go. What the fuck? Oh, shit. I didn't know those did that. What the fuck? Why? I just lost all the hearts. All works the same. Oh boy. I might be down for that. Me playing Doki? No. I mean, actually that could be it. It'll be, I'm gonna let Anthony pick all the shit because he's the one who runs VN Boys, so. I'm gonna make a best friends alert. Like you gave Jub Mikey a wave of getting bits and shouting. Oh, that's nice, dude. Yeah, use any fucking clip of me you want, Curb. I don't mind. Dude! Alright, this is actually, I'm grinding it out instead of finding a fairy fountain because I don't want to run around the overworld. I mean, hey, I'm getting bombs from this too. Cool. It certainly is something. Wait. What are you what are you talking about, Markers? DZ, how you doing, you handsome fucking man? Now Anthony's fucking amped. I don't know how we're gonna do it, Anthony. Oh, Doki. So for anybody in chat who doesn't know what yeah, Discord screen share, true. For anybody who doesn't know what VN Boys is, it is something Anthony has been wanting to bring back, and I guess we're gonna host one of them on my stream this Thursday. It'll be something else. I don't know a good way of explaining VN Boys. It's pretty simple, but that's pretty much it. It's gonna be visual novels, and I'm gonna hate it. It's actually gonna be my pure torture, but it'll be fun because it's with friends. Oh, I didn't know that was possible. Okay, dude. All right, sweet. Doing good. How are you, Pierce? I'm doing great, man. I'm ready for another week of streaming, baby. The shittier, the better. Anthony, I wonder if anybody else would be down to join us on Thursday. I don't know who you all used to have for it. Ah, fuck. Well, we got the beam for one room. Fuck. Alright. Steven's coming back. Katie will join. Awesome. Fuck yeah. I assume Steven was probably a part of it. Wait, how come nothing spawned in here the last few times I did this? I'm very confused. Because now I'm gonna lose a shit ton of health to this. Fuck you. Duh. We also need to plan out our Worms tournament, because I think everybody said they wanted to do it. But we're gonna have to do that on, like, a Saturday stream or something. Maybe we'll do that after I finish Doom. Because, I want to make sure that everybody's around for it. Since it's a tournament, it'll probably take a bit, eh? But I think Kyle will probably plan out some of that shit. Because he already made, like, a mock roster for it and shit. Alright, we're gonna have to use this. Yo, that's crazy. That's big moves, dude. Ah! Okay. I have not met Spence. You ignorant slut. What is this, Germ? So Germ's new thing is coming in and fucking... It was what's up fuckers for the longest time. Now he's calling me an ignorant slut. Last time I think he said you fucking bitch whenever he came in. I was like, what'd I do? No! I've been liked. They don't do anything in this game. They just fucking hold you for a second. If you're just gonna fucking hug me, I'll take it. Alright, so this is where the dungeon item's gonna be. Maybe. They may have debated me. What is this? What the fuck? What? Where'd this just bring me? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I am so confused. Yo, P14, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, dude. Okay. So we got a key for that. Did this just take me in a circle? What did this do? I'm so confused. Yo, Tim, what's up, dude? I'm slut too. I even had a baby. What's up, E14? How you doing, dude? Wait, you're Pi, aren't you? You're Pi. Wait, Pi. No, there's a P14 and an E14. You guys are freaking me out right now. We are fantastic. Oh my god. Welcome in, guys. Nice to see you. Timbo and Alt Chateau. We is good. We is playing old Zelda and hoping that we can beat it. I don't know where the fuck this dungeon item is, but we're just gonna have to give up on it for now. Alright. You are fucking kidding me that is the boss! Okay, dude. You guys said this was gonna be hard? Excuse me? Alicia, thank you for the host. That was so stupid. Why was that dungeon so easy? We do have to find the items still, which I feel like we should have gotten. Yo, Brandon, what's up? Burger? Shane? The Big Kahuna? Burger? Okay, so we just finished that, but we never got the item inside, and I don't know where it is. Burger is the new hot pronoun. I can see it. Look at this frickin' Nico guy, dude. Oh my god.
I'm back, baby. Sub him to my favorite boy Purce. I love you, dude. Never forget Purce Nico love.
Never forget Purce Nico love. Oh, why did it make it sound so weird? Nico, thank you for 22 months! And thank you for using your Prime on me. Thank you, dude. You're the man. How you doing, Nico? What's up? I'm back, baby. Yo, Nico, you know where the fucking, dungeon item is here? We only have 3 more hearts and we have... Wait, so that means we've gotten every heart piece, I think. Which is a bummer, but that's okay. Well, I hope everything's going okay. You said good, so that's good. What the fuck? I'm purposely letting these guys just demolish my ass. Yeah, you get a magic rod or something, right? I didn't get it, no. I went around this like crazy underground path and I know nothing happened. Drew edgy demon Anthony? Oh no. What the fuck are you drawing? You drawing us all as demons? Thank you, markers. I'm epic. It's in a room with whiz orbs? Okay. I think I know exactly what room it is, and I'm upset because I totally was in that room and I went, oh, I'm gonna get out of here because the boss was near. I think it was the room after all that crazy fucking underground shit. Alright, so there's a chance that this guy will drop 2 fairies, so I don't know how low the chances are of this, but I might just go in and try doing it until I get it. Did it after like 3 tries last time, so... It's in the second top of the map. Okay. Thank you, Nico. That's what I needed help with. Yeah, that's exactly where I was. I know where it is. God damn it. Jesus. See, I told you it's not hard. You just gotta get that second player going. Nico, thanks for the host, dude. Always a pleasure to have you here. No. Anything but that. Please. Nico, thank you for the 69.
Can you see the sun is shining on me?
Kinda timed well with Link dying. Always Nico always gets the Sonic R one. Dude, I want to play Pokemon Black on stream. I want to play Pokemon Black on stream so bad. Jesus, what are you guys doing?
This is your wife who text-to-speech girl. Just wanted to say ooh you so warm when I nuzzles your necky wucky. Be mine forever as we dine on ketchup, juice buns and try on every pair of pants.
There's a lot going on right now. I don't know how I feel. Oh man. Okay. Nico, thank you for the 80 bits. Markers, thank you for the 160. And I'm a fun guy. I'm a fun guy. Thank you for the $1, whoever you may be. Apparently my waifu text-to-speech girl. Thank you for the dono, dude. Okay. Did it eat my second shack? I don't know, but I'll play you another one. I ate it. I ate the second shack. Chickless is hungry, dude. You guys were talking about burgers? Then I showed Shaquille O'Neal, and he just had to fucking take a big chomp. Oi! Yo, what's up, Mimi? Purse, guess what? What? What is this big reveal? Dude, fucking hell, get me through here. I'm so annoyed because I got there. I got my credit card in the mail. Is it like your first card? That's awesome, Mimi. How the fuck? Okay, okay, no, don't close this. Dude, the closest fairy fountain is like a million miles away. Okay, that goes through my shield. It's your first one? Yeah, be careful. Make sure you pay it monthly. I don't fucking know how they work at all. I've never had a credit card. I just have a debit card. Okay, now I have to... Oh my god. I didn't mean to go back down here. This is actually worse. Okay, there is a fairy fountain over by the dungeon. So let's just go to that one. Easy. Actually, I want to buy another red potion now if I can. Store. There's a store. Okay, there's a store over here. I have to keep this map up on the side because it's so fucking hard to tell where you're going. Alright, there's a red potion we can buy in here. I've had a debit card for years now, but didn't work online, but now I can buy shit. And also sub to my favorite streamer, aka Gabe. Uh-huh. I'm proud of you, Movie. Okay, let's see. We need to go left. Do I need this fucking rod? No. Alright, we can get to the maze from this. Jesus. Ah. Hi, Smithy. What's up, buddy? I have to confirm all of my fucking transactions, so I feel. Oh wait, I fucked this up, didn't I? I never went to the fairy fountain. God damn it! It's like up here. I'm following the map. Otherwise, I'll never get there. Okay. Your bank called you because it's coming from the UK? Yeah, that sounds like some shit my bank would do. Which is nice. The next dungeon is right here, apparently. So that's pretty cool. So it's close. Ow. I definitely didn't want to do that. Alright, so it's north, west, south, west. Okay. Let's get back up to where we were. We have to go through the fucking dungeon again. And hopefully I can remember how I got to any of the places I was at. Okay. Let me minimize this for a bit. Alright, and pull up OBS again. Cool. Anytime I'd buy international shit, they'd lock my account. That's even more fucking annoying whenever you have to call your bank and have them unlock it. Oh, I hate calling companies so bad. Yeah, Rick, I remember that. I do remember that. You remember that fiasco? Yeah, Rick was freaking out about it for a while because I think he had like 50 bucks in there or something that he just couldn't get out. Get an electronic copy of the contract, get it into a word processor, change the terms to be in your favor. No, really? Holy shit. That's fucked up. What? Oh, these wizards, man. Calling anyone in 2020? That's actually true. I'll like talk to my mom about it. I'm like, yeah, I got locked on my bank account. I'm like, I just don't know what to do. She's like, well, did you call them? I'm like, no. Why don't you just call them? It'll take 5 seconds. I'm like, I don't want to call them. The fact that I have to call them pisses me off. Jesus Christ. Alright, I guess we're drinking this potion. That sounds illegal. You got it working again? Good. You were thinking about buying a new one, weren't you? Because you were having problems with it? Ah. Why do I have to kill all those just to push that? I talked to my old man, what's all this I see about VM boys? I think we're gonna try to do it on Thursday. If we can get everything worked out. Holy fuck! Is it? It's not this room, is it? No, it was further up. This room you can just walk through. There's no point to do what I just did. Our sustenance has arrived. Good night, everyone. Pi 5. Yo! Pi 1 and Pi 2. Thank you guys for 5 bits and 6 bits. Thank you, lads. I appreciate it. Good night. Are you guys a couple? What is this? Please help me. You're scaring me. Bye? God, that sound is so not great. Wait, we have fucking blue paper still? Why do we have this? What do you do with this? Isn't there like a place to turn? DZ, are you talking shit again, dude? Can't believe you. Don't you use the blue paper to get like any item for free in the shop or something? What's the point of it? DZ, thank you for 75 bits. You fucking legend. I'm gonna run out of water already, and that upsets me. What do you do with the paper? I don't remember. How about a better meme? Nah, Mui, it's okay. It's okay, Mui. Mui, it's okay. You can not. Mui, you can stop. It's okay. How the fuck, or what the fuck do I do with this letter? I already forgot. I don't know. I give up. DZ, thank you again for 75 bits. Sounds good. That's one of the best ones. We might return. Okay, maybe I'll see you guys later. He thinks he'll pass out. Thank you guys for hanging out. The letter to get potions? Okay, so it gives you a potion for free or something. I didn't even think we still had it. Oh my god. What is this? Alex just resubbed! Holy shit, dude. Yo, Alex with 20 fucking months? Thank you so much, brother. I love you. Thank you for everything always. I hope you're doing fantastic. And I can't wait to play Link to the Past in this fucking project one day. Fuck you! Go, fucking, what is this? Thank you so much, Alex, seriously. I'm gonna yeah, please. Okay. Let's go across here. I shouldn't be awake, but I just got you got a new world record. Wait, is it in Rocky? I saw you get a fucking world record in Rocky, and I thought that was hilarious. Okay, we can't block that, but I keep fucking trying! We were almost there! I'm so fucking tired of this dungeon already. I'm already done with the dungeon. Oh, that's because... Oh, okay, I get it. It's because I ran out of potion. That's why it's there. Alright, we'll try a 3-heart run. Dude, I remember playing that fucking Rocky game on GameCube. I forgot about its existence. Smithy is the only one who says pants, Rick. Smithy is the only one we have to worry about. Fuck you. Okay. I shall defend pants to my dying breath. Markers, no! Okay. Guys, please don't do that. I beg you. Because I'll miss messages whenever you guys do that. There was some stupid meme that lasted like 24 hours, Anthony. It was literally... I was like, what is this? What is this stupid meme? And then everyone started spamming it, and within like a day, nobody was saying it anymore. You guys can spam it VC Child you want. I don't fucking go in there. I have more class than that. Was it this? Do we oh my god. We actually have to kill everyone in there? I don't fucking know. I got lucky one time and the fucking wizards in here dropped 2 fairies. Why can't it just do that again? It was up from the previous room. Okay. Oh, I know what room you're talking about now. Pie, thank you for 1 bit. I don't. Rip. Rip. Rip bit. You said I have to re-download RVN? RVN? Did you have one downloaded for us already? Alright, I'll take a heart. I'll take a heart and a bomb, sure. Gift you a VN to play? Oh god. Yo, Jade, what's up? How you doing, girl? Hey girl, how you doing? Retro my bits. What's up, dude? Thank you so much for the follow. We're playing through Zelda 1 fully for the first time. I've played it before. Okay, yeah, that is the drop we wanted. Okay. Just bleached my hair. Good. I'm terrified of bleaching my hair ever. After last stream when we talked about it. I'm too scared to do it. How am I gonna fulfill my promise that I made, guys? You baby. I don't wanna lose my hair color. I like my hair color. You guys were like, it will permanently get rid of your dark hair. I was like, oh, I don't like that. Bleaching hair is easy. Let chat do it. I'm not trusting my hair color in the hands of chat. Ah! Ah! Fuck! No! Oh, okay. Let's play bleaching the streamer's hair. Ugh, you're so fucking annoying. I'm not playing very safe. We need to get rid of the fucking wizards first. God, I hate this enemy in every fucking Zelda game. Why are wizards the worst? Okay, so the room that like has, I think it has like lava in it. You gotta go past that. You go up in that room. So this room? There might have been one more. Okay, it was this one, I think. I'm gonna look over at Nico. I'm just gonna wait for him. When I got tired of it being Jacksepticeye green, I shaved my head. Shaving my head, dude. Oh. Wait, We Happy Few is so bad? Wait, what? Did Jade say that? I don't see her saying that anywhere. I need a new color after baby is born. I may do actual blue instead of black blue since I don't have a job. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry about that, so that's pretty cool. Can you change the song? No. Okay, Nico was talking about this room. Okay, the blue ones are bad and very annoying. Okay, we can't hit them with arrows. I think it actually fucking hurt me whenever I did that. Are you kidding? Either that or I took damage and just forgot. My god, I'm fucking... Yes! Okay. I think we did go in here and I didn't push... Maybe I didn't push one of these a certain direction. Or is this... What? Oh my god, I don't know how we missed this. I just didn't thoroughly look through it and I was like, yeah, we'll do it after. Little did I know doing it after would be much harder. Alright, we're done with Dungeon 6. It only took us an hour. Fuck. That's alright. Alright, easiest way out of here would be to die, I guess. Let's just try to walk out. I'd rather die like outside because then it'll warp me back to the beginning and then I can buy some potions and... Well, I can just die here and then die again outside. North Korea VN? Excuse me? You're telling me that's real? Dan redeemed Bean. Okay, Dan's back. Alright, there we go. Death warps. I didn't want you to be mad for using your VOD. No, I appreciate you asking me. That's okay, Curb. You can use it. Yeah, absolutely. What? What? Oh, Deezy! Deezy, thank you for gifting a sub to NAF. Why are you doing that? Why are you gifting subs? Thank you, dude. Bean's muted? No, it's not muted. Bean is muted. I unpaused everything, so everything should be good. Alright. Potion time. That is very weird. That I literally was in the middle of saying, alright, time to get a potion. I said, alright, and I looked over at chat, and it just saw Nico said, alright, potion time, so I had to finish off the sentence the way Nico said it. That was very weird. Alright, alright, let's go over here. Oh, it's right here. Favor, what the fuck? Favor's paying for the gift they got for Minxer to Curb Games. Dude, thank you for gifting Curb a sub. Deezy, Favor, what are you two doing? Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate the fuck out of yous. How are you doing, Favor? What's going on? Can't I? Okay. You just need this paper to buy them? I thought you could do that and then buy a potion. Well, I can't even afford that. I don't want to buy a blue one. So we grind, I guess. You guys ever give money? That was 1 rupee? Fuck. Best way to make money. There's a money-making game in, like, the top right of the map. So you go up and then keep going left and you'll see a cave. What, for the potion? Well, we can buy one right here, too. I know where the next dungeon is. It's in that pond. These are just giving 1 rupee, though. Oh, that dropped a 5. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I gotcha. So you were leading me to a shop. I know exactly what shop you're talking about, I think. We need 68. It's okay if I take damage. These things don't respawn, okay. I get rupees all the time. I'm always like, I don't need those. And now I'm like, give me fucking money, please. And now I'm not getting any. Yep, cock. Excuse me. Chat. Welcome to Pussy Paradise. God, there's so many I would love to stream, but content that cannot be shown. I say love to stream like I'm actually excited to do it. Buy something, will ya? No. Okay. Jesus Christ. There we go. Perfect. They ever find the kid in the ball pit? I don't know. Are you full-time? I am making enough to just stream now, so technically I am currently off of the schedule for the month at the Y. If I ever need to be, I guess I can go back on, but technically right now I am not working. I am just streaming. So we'll see how this goes. It's very scary. And yeah. My mom was like, do you need these hours at work this month? And I checked and I went, no, not really. So we're that's why I'm gifting subs so we can afford to live. I promise I'm doing fine right now. The Y will always be a backup plan. It is a very depressing backup plan, but it is one. Markers, thank you. You did one less than 69. You did that just to make me happy, didn't you? Markers, thank you for 68 bits. Discord exclusive stream. Marcus is dodging around it, dude. Marcus, thank you for 70 bits. Guys, you don't have to give me bits. Thank you. Okay, what's happening? There's so many messages I'm missing. Cock Carnival, Pussy Paradise, Ass Village, Discord exclusive stream. Oh, for the for the sexual visual novels. I still owe you guys I still owe Dan a bean. It still hasn't come out. DZ went to gift me another game, and then he was like, "You have 4 games, and they're all coming soon." Favor. And I was like, "Good, DZ, stop buying me games." And they're all games that are like coming out in, I don't know, sometime this year, I think. But they're all like they're probably gonna be like $15 when they come out. So I'm gonna buy them, DZ. Holy shit, Favor, thank you for gifting a sub to Crab, dude. God damn it. September 2018? Oh shit. First steps, proud, that's amazing. Thank you, Truth. Big streamer boy over here. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, DZ. Thank you, Curb. So technically, where is boss? Alright, Naf, don't get ahead of yourself here. Dancing around that magic number. That is technically 269s. Thank you, Marcos. I love you, dude. Okay, I'm back. Hi, Alex. You cannot stop me. For now, I have stopped you. Rick. Okay, Rick. Really, dude. Don't forget, if it doesn't go on sale, I'm getting you P4. Oh, you're saying that to Rick. I was like, don't buy me that. I won't play it. Purce doesn't even follow me on Twitch, so toxic. That's actually fucked up. You're right. Oh my god, your profile picture is amazing. I fucking don't wake up. I like to follow people when they're live, but I'm not awake whenever you stream. I threw you a follow favor. I'm sorry, I hadn't done that yet. That's fucked up, dude. I followed you now. DK Furry Booty Boat? Okay, I don't like that, whatever that means. How was your weekend? It was good. I took a computer break. I didn't touch my computer like all weekend pretty much. It was nice. I hung out with some pals and just relaxed. Stayed away from the internet a bit. Now that I am on the internet 5 days a week at least, the breaks from it are nice. Put the $1 in and I've had it for 9 months from other friends giving me their codes. Wait, what? For what, Anthony? Oh, for Game Pass? I know, dude. I paid the $1 too, and I've had it for so long. I don't think I have it now. I think it's canceled now. Yeah, Summer Sale. I'm waiting on Summer Sale to see. I'm waiting for Left 4 Dead 2 to go on sale so I can have all my friends buy it, because you wouldn't believe how many of my friends don't have Left 4 Dead 2. And that would be a really fun Thursday game. Holy fucking shit, Chickless. You just get a bunch of 1 month codes? You never played Left 4 Dead 2? Honestly, Left 4 Dead 2 is probably one of my favorite games ever, too. It wouldn't make it in top 10, but it's gotta... Dude, Left 4 Dead 2 might be, like, top 25, I would say. It's gotta be up there. I fucking love Left 4 Dead. I used to play an absurd amount. Okay, what does this do? Is this unlimited? No fucking way. What do you use this for? Oh my fucking god, this thing is amazing. I've never even seen this weapon in Zelda 1. This is fantastic. I didn't even know this existed. Yo. Yeah, didn't they, isn't No Man's Sky playable now? Because, I bought it for $60 the day it came out. So if anybody wants to play No Man's Sky with me, I would love to get my $60 worth. This is the fucking best thing ever. Rick, do you really think mentioning a game around DZ he's gonna let you escape this? Why did you think that was a smart idea? I don't mention games around DZ anymore, because I don't want him to spend his money on me. Okay, we already did this. This just got easy mode? Maybe. We'll see. There's got to be some downside to it, right? Apparently they fixed it. I just have zero interest in it. Well, you can actually meet up with people now, right? Yeah, the No Man's Sky day one buy. I remember being like, just wait on it. It might be bad. But there was so much shit, so much news going on around it. I was like, dude, I want it. I was like, I want it so bad. I got fucked. On our PS4 one we have some item in storage that we can sell and basically be billionaires. What the fuck? Excuse me? No, guys, don't buy Left 4 Dead 2 right now. If anybody is gonna buy it, do not buy it right now, because once the summer sale hits, it might go down to like $5. And right now, it's at like fucking 15. Double kippa! Favor, don't you dare. Yeah, I would love to do, can you play with like fucking 8 people if you did versus? Could we do like 8 people on a Thursday stream? That would be so fucking fun. You can? Oh, that would be amazing. It's gonna be like it might be $2 to $5. Dude, yeah, Rick, that does suck. But you don't have to play it on Epic Games Launcher, so that's pretty cool. 8 people mutations? Oh shit. Yeah, hell yeah, Alicia. It'll be really cheap during summer sale. When is summer sale? Really? Dwap, that actually sounds kind of terrible. That's like too many people. Epic Games Keck W. 25th of this month, so 10 more days. Okay, I have a small story to tell you guys. It's not even a story. I have something I want to tell you guys. I ordered my Valve Index on June 11th. And I've had the money set aside for it for 2 months. It said 8 or more weeks, okay? We officially hit 8 weeks 4 days ago. No email yet, but any day now. Hopefully not long. Hopefully not 6 more months. Somebody told me that it took 6 months to get theirs. But it hasn't even been out for 6 months, so I think that was like a beta thing. So we are at the 8 weeks and 4 day mark. So every morning I wake up for the last 4 days, I open up my email and just refresh, and nothing. Your one Steam review was a Portal 2 after 100. yeah. And I think it says like you can't be a tumor to play this game, which is a reference to the game. That review is from like 2010 or something, or whenever the game came out. No, it had to have been like 2013, because I was in high school still. Okay, what's happening? What are you guys doing? So, I hope the index happens soon, because I'm ready to spend this money on it, because it's stressing me out having this money set aside for it. And, yeah, let's hope we can do a VR stream before 6 more months. Let's just hope that, okay? 800 hours. God damn, Rick. You're gonna be... this full time is a lot of your guys' hours have fucking shot up, because you've been here, like, a lot, and I really appreciate it. But like me streaming 6 hours a night, your guys' hours are going, dude. Even Kyle's over halfway to fucking 800. Get an email notifier, that's what I do. What, does it just email or notify you for every email? See, I don't want that. Or you can set it to a specific email. See, I don't know who's gonna send it. It's Steam powered. Steam at Gabe Newell at steam.com. Damn, 38 weeks, but I'm so impatient. I'm sure you're ready to get it over with, Alicia. Get a pager. VR the forest? Oh no, dude, I honestly, I don't know how keen I am to doing horror on VR, because I love horror games, but I kind of don't know if I can handle horror VR. I think I'm gonna be a little girl. Your wishlist does suck. Okay. Listen. I had Sekiro on there and fucking DZ bought for me. I had Doom on there, DZ bought for me. He bought me the 2 games that you could actually buy. Throw us a bone. How about you guys just buy games for yourselves, okay? I have a lot of games I can play. Boss said GTFO in VR is nice. I still haven't even played it! I never have now I have like 2 days off to play it, and then I'm like, I don't want to bother them, they might be busy. And then like I've said to Barley a few times and he's like yeah. And I'm always just like, god damn it, we're never gonna fucking make plans to play GTFO. So I still don't know shit about it. I was so excited to play it, and then everyone was like, oh, it's really hard, you need a team of 4. I was like, fuck. I'm too much of a bitch to try swimming? Yeah, no, fuck that. See, that is actually the biggest fear you could give me, is put me in VR and throw me in the ocean. Ah! God damn it. Thinking I almost known him 5 years? Yeah, Curb, that's a lot of hours. Yeah, Dwap, I'm gonna slap Dan in the head. I'm not gonna eat a bean because of that. I still owe him a bean. Never played a Half-Life game. Plays Half-Life Alex. We're playing this weekend, Purce. Your ass better be in there. I could do it this weekend. Are you guys like... I don't know how it works. Are you guys like halfway through a campaign, or like can I just join in? VR Subnautica? I refuse to play Subnautica on its own. I'm not playing it in VR. No. The ocean is my worst fear. Well, more dark water is my worst fear, but... Subnautica would not be my friend. Dude, this thing seems overpowered. It's like having the beam on your sword, but even better. Okay, so here, I think you have to burn these bushes or something, and it unlocks. I actually have no idea. Unless you need this. And you do something... Speedrun it, then it's not scary? That's true. That would make it not scary. How do you empty this? Beat Saber VR, yes, Wait, can we now, though? Oh, fuck, I might not be able to do that. Wait, can I not stream that now? Because fucking DMCA bullshit? How do I get in here? Zelda Puzzle Boys. Let me see, go back and check. Oh, I know that like DMCA stuff is. Apparently it's like just UMG, which fucking apparently everything is owned by UMG, but the one who strikes fear into all of online. How do we get in here? I don't know this, guys. Whistle? I'm a fucking genius. Yeah, that's so weird. I don't know why Payday 2 has VR, but I will definitely play it because I already have it. It's just when it gets there, Rick. Nobody knows. Yeah, you think this would use rupees or something? Blitz, no! Why do you do this? Nice. What? Now I don't even need a fairy right now. Okay, I owe Dan a bean though before I forget. That's good, markers. Juicy pear or booger? Blitz, what's up? Thank you for the 69 bits, buddy. How you doing? Ugh. There's worse ones in there, but that one's... Ugh. I need to go get more water. Oh, boogers are really... I haven't had booger in a long time. It's actually really bad. Ugh. Marin was showing me... Marin showed me this crazy thing. I don't know how you do it. You move left and then do it? Huh. Stink bug is really bad. It's really bad. Alright, damn. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm gonna get some more water. Do you know about this, Nico? Let me go back in. I'm literally gonna go back in me and Marin's DMs and look at it again. It's not my birthday, guys. How many fucking... How many times do I have to hear this? Not as many times do I have to hear this. Blitz, thank you for 69 more bits. God fucking damn it, dude! What? Why would tapping B do anything? I don't get it. Ugh! Slow grind of VIP is killing me. I want to be in so bad. I remember getting a VIP. It tastes so bad, my mouth. Fucking gross. It just tastes like booger. He's just being shy about it. Okay, Truth. Alright, Truth. I am close to hot sauce, though. You're close to hot sauce, but you're going for VIP. You're quite a ways away, DZ. Are you going to bed, Favor? Favor, thank you for coming in. Thank you for gifting subs, dude. You don't have to do that. I appreciate you. Good night, Favor. Oh yeah, I've kept hot sauce paused because I'm trying to figure out if I want to keep that because I kind of fucking hate it. This isn't real. This isn't real. Marin lied to me. I don't believe it. Alright, we're gonna play like normal again. I don't eat boogers. Leave me alone. What is the point of not... Why would you just not always use this? This is the best item in the game. That should have hit me. Oi! You think people go on the internet and tell lies? Never, Markers. Cock. I gotta leave a tab open for you at all times. The raw pain of the hot sauce would... the raw pain. That's just so... I hate that description. It's way too accurate. Why wouldn't you just use this all the time? Is that the point? Is this universally known as the best item in Zelda 1? I feel like it's gonna make the whole game fucking easy. Why would you not use this? I mean, I guess if it's not needed, but it's just a secret item in the game, then that's fair. It wasn't that hard to find. It just seems crazy to me. It's not letting me give you money. Come on, dude. It's a secret in the tip of the nose. Ooh, woo. Truth, no. Are you trying to give me bits, or what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Oh, we gotta use the old whistle. There's a secret in my tip. Telling me region lock? Dude, everything is just broken today, guys. I don't know what it is. Steam wasn't, or not Steam. Twitch wasn't working. Oh, why would you do that? How many tier 2s do I have at this point, you guys? Truth, no. Thank you for subbing at tier 2. Truth. God fucking damn it. Everyone's like, I want Morrow. Truth, thank you. You don't have to do that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's fucked up. Naff. Just everything broke today. Okay, so this one's dark, which makes me think maybe there's something we gotta push. Is there something in here? This would only be like this if there's a way in here, right? Is this all of the dungeon? We can't progress right now. You felt like a boomer there for a second. Okay, they gave us bombs. Is that a hint that we have to bomb a wall, maybe? Wait. What the fuck? Wait, what? Is this the same as it was? Okay. Did I miss a room? I feel like I'm fucking going insane right now. This dungeon is making me feel insane. I have a feeling the end of the game is gonna start getting to the stuff too, where it's like we're not gonna tell you. Well, I mean, the game hasn't told me how to do anything, but it's been easy enough to figure out. And now it's gonna be like, no. Just everything's gonna be cryptic now. Good luck beating the game. Are you winning, son? Maybe. Yo, what's up, Jared? Jared, do you have knowledge in this game? Who here has beaten this game and knows what to do if I get stuck? See, this was a dead end, wasn't it? Yeah, this gave us a key. Talk to Error? He's not in this game. Some walls can be bombed without looking like they can be swing your sword. What would swinging my sword at walls do? Oh yeah, DZ, is that true? First Zelda came with a robust manual explaining. Yeah, I know. I have it somewhere. Because, I mean, I own this on the original NES. Does the difference have you can bop? Really? That's pretty cool, actually. I did not know that. Was it that? What the fuck was that sound? I think that might have been like a boomerang coming out at the same time. Let's kill these guys first. Alright. Fuck off! Yeah, I don't want to waste all my bombs doing that. Are you see, taking advice from Naf, I don't know if that's a hint or if he's fucking with me, so it's scary. But I didn't hear any different sounds doing that. Yeah, bomb every wall. I'm pretty sure. I'm listening to it right now. DZ, please. Okay, see, I didn't hear anything different when I swung on that, but it just looked... I'm just gonna bomb walls I think are the walls. That usually works as well. You might be right, I'm not sure. I've never heard that before, but I've never gotten this far, so... Alright. Ba-ba-oo. Just hit him. Yeah, okay. That's also what I kind of figured, that they would be in spots that look like there should be doors. Dude, the game is giving me so many fairies, I don't get it. Okay, so don't do that room again. It is actually just a waste of bombs. Nugget, biscuit, nugget and a biscuit. Remember when Toby Turner got canceled? For 100 rupees? No thanks. Blue shiny Ubisoft sparkle. Remember that? Alright. What a place to set up shop and then rip me off. Welcome back, Pie Lads. How you guys doing? Alright. Alright, so... This looks... Honestly, can the map be bigger than this? I think this is just a... Yeah. This is a dead end. There's a key in here, so... You like to cut a round pizza into squares over here? I don't think I can agree with that. I actually hate square pizza, but, I mean, you do you. You eat your pizza how you want. Rick, you had some weird crushes as a kid. It reminds me of lunchroom pizza. I agree. Ow. Get me off of this side. Not much room to work with. Dude, I'm telling you, this wand is OP. You definitely need bombs for a lot of this shit, though. No, that's not... Ah, you don't need bombs for this. I lied. Dude, why? I have not gotten a fairy. I have gotten like maybe 5 fairies throughout the course of the game, and now I've gotten like 6 in this one dungeon. And the dungeon is somehow like easier than some of the earlier ones. Man, fuck, like, I think Dungeon 5 was just the worst, dude. There was boat pizza, free poo. I can't read. Free poo is what I said. Food pre-Michelle Obama Healthy Kids Act was good. That's actually true. I heard it got worse after I left high school too. Grumble, grumble. Yeah, they removed our big cookies, dude. Wait, how the, what? Oh, there you go. Can I actually kill him though? Fuck off! I need to get behind you! This is very weird. It's all puzzles now instead of difficulty. Wyatt! Wyatt! Purce. Wyatt, thank you for 17 months, dude. What the fuck is up? Thank you, brother, for 17 months. Time to buy some meat for him? Ugh. I don't remember where the meat was, dude. Who sold the meat? Not much, just chilling? Hell yeah, dude. Well, relax with us if you want. It's in one of the overworld caves? God damn it. Are you ready, Purce? Am I ready for what? More pizza time? More square pizza time? Alright. Fuck, I closed my map! Pie, no. Pie, what have you done? Wyatt, I'm gonna fucking beat you up next time I see you. Why? You did this last stream! Wyatt, that's so much! God damn it, dude. Wyatt, thank you for 1,000 bits. Oh, Wyatt got the red power man. Okay, that's what he was going for. That makes sense. Wyatt, thank you so fucking much, dude. God damn. Enjoy your new permanent emote, Wyatt. You now have purse money. Anybody that has it, spam it for our boy Wyatt, who now owns it forever, sub or not. Thank you, Wyatt. That is a lot of bits, dude. Okay, meat. Meat is in the top left. Are there any more caves that have it? And do I have to replace like a potion or anything with it? Okay, there are other places with it. There's one way to the right. We're in the left though, so okay, we're gonna go. Okay, I know where the perfect place for it is. Whoops. High school, they weren't allowed to give us salt or pepper. What the fuck? I don't think you gotta replace anything. Cool. It gets its own spot. Awesome. Holy shit. Guys, we're getting very far in this game. I think we can beat this tonight. We're in dungeon 7 out of 9. We're not even 2 hours into stream. We have like 4.5 hours left of stream. Holy shit, dude. And we're in dungeon 7. Okay. Perfect. I got pull OBS back up. Okay. You deserve all the bits I give you, Purce. God damn it. Work so hard every day to make sure we have the most enjoyable time possible. I couldn't be more thankful. Wyatt, don't do this to me. You're too sweet, brother. I love you. Thank you for everything. Okay, have we broken these? Oh, nice little chill gym. Purce 2020 actually finishing games. Isn't that amazing? That's what I mean. I think that's been my favorite part about switching to this full-time schedule, is that I can actually kind of fucking blast through games. The only game that has been getting me discouraged is Sly 2. That game has been discouraging the fuck out of me every time I stream it, because I will play it for fucking like 5 hours and it'll be like, oh, you've made 2% progress, and I'm like, fucking hell. Markers, thank you for 80 bits, dude. What about Second Quest? Maybe one day. I think I'd be interested in it, but I gotta get the game down first. Marin has also mentioned it to me. Don't you just type in Zelda for it at your naming thing? Choose a number between 10 and 16332. What the fuck? What is that? 6924? I never played any of the Sly Cooper games. The most I've ever seen of it was you playing it. Okay. Sly 1 is like, it's like one of my favorite PS2 games. It might, no, I shouldn't say it's my favorite PS2 game, but it is like top 5 PS2 games. I never played 2 or 3, and we're working through 3 right now, and it's long. Did I already try this? I don't even know. 69,420. But in truth, why are you asking this? That's such a weird range. To me, PS2, I know, that's a really hard question to have. Alright, we need to go get this meat, and we're at the beginning, so let's just go do it. Even though we don't have the map yet, which would be nice. Wait. Oh, the hole up there. Yeah, we're gonna go grab my meat. Weird that we have to take a journey to do that. Just don't beat it. No promises. Time to wake up and get this meat, boys. God damn it, Wyatt. This alert is cursed. You know what the worst thing about 69 is? You guys are supporting me by doing it. It's cursed, but it's supporting my life. It's like I'm hooked up to a life support machine and it's just playing that video and song on loop. Marcus, thank you for 80 bits, dude. Do one of these. Yeah. What the fuck? I don't even have that power ring. What does that do? Wyatt, no. No! Nice dog, dude. Okay, I'm gonna give a community contest here. If you guys can find, it's gotta be like perfect alert length. It's gotta be a perfect alert length. If you guys have variations you would like to put in dinner, if you have a gross hot dog video, that'll go. Maybe if you guys want to keep it hot dog related, it's up to you. Send them my way, and maybe I'll make it an alert. Yeah, that alert's gonna gross you out. I'm sorry, Pi. I was gonna send you something about that. We need something more good in there. 7421. Oh god. Salsa chug. Oh, we could put that in there. I got one right here. If this is Rick Roll, I'm gonna kill you. What is this? It's why is the Terraria music playing? I just got a SpongeBob BDSM thing recommended after that. That was awful. Okay, guys, really quick, I'm gonna take a pee break, and I'll be right fucking back. Enjoy Kakariko Village from Link to the Past real quick. Fast pee break. Okay, boys. Let's get more of this Zelda in. Oh, ew! Oh my god, I apologize. It was fucking awful. It burned my esophagus. Okay. We gotta make sure we're all doing something. Oh my, that would be even better. Community dinner videos. Oh, that would actually be really good. I would love that. If you guys can just make like a really over-the-top gross food video, I'll put it in dinner. The water... No. I got one that'll probably be too much. Oh no. Rick, that'd be so gross. You're gonna make that's gonna make a mess in your kitchen. I still need a number. Didn't somebody say fucking Rick said Marco said 6924. 6969. 6924 is what Marcos originally said. Matt, we started doing it like 4 months ago. Rick said 7421. All right, you get to pick one of those. So meat's there now? Okay, cool. Dole. 7421 is a nice number. I like that. And it's not Mimi. It's just a number that Rick randomly picked. Ba-ba-da-ba. Or if you want a number from me, here, I'll give you another option. If you want one from me, 7777. Because 7's my favorite number. I don't know what the fuck you're doing with it, but... Yo, Luna, what's up? Oh. 7's a good number, yo. Why am I fighting these? Alright, these guys, now I want health of them because I'm mad. The average 6924. Okay, 6924 is what we're using. Truth, would you mind telling me what you needed that number for? Blue. Oh, no. Find out in about 2 hours? Oh no, what are you making? He's making something, chat. Oh no, that worries me. Oh, his stomach is grumbling. I get it. Not making anything? Okay. What the fuck? What? It's gonna take 2 hours. What are you doing? This is freaking me out. Food makes people disappear? Wait, what? The 200 alert does make people disappear. People get very upset about that alert, which is understandable. Especially when people are eating and watching the stream. I want that. No, this. Yeah. 2 keys? Okay. True. Smithy, get some foods, baby. I remembered to eat before stream today. I did good. I didn't get fast food, but I did get pizza, so I mean, eating a lot of pizza is almost just as bad. Okay. That took a while. I restarted it fucking months ago. This is game 3, so I mean, we're making a little bit of progress on it. And we're almost done with this one, so we did Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker. I decided to restart it, and we're gonna fucking do it this time. I swear to God we are. The series broke last time because of Twilight Princess, and that's whenever I was like, we should add a chug beer command. And then Tormy and Frank gave me like 100 of them. It's okay, Luna. Aw, dude, RJ! I miss you too. I miss so many streamers, dude. I need to do my rounds and come back through and say hi to everyone and hang out with them.
Have to head to bed, but just wanted to say I miss you less than 3.
RJ, thank you for 9 fucking months. That's a whole ass baby, brother. Thank you, RJ. Get some good sleep, man. Hey, I need to come in and watch Parasite Eve and actually understand what's going on. So I need to come in and talk to you and be like, all right, give me a rundown, teach me it. Because every time I watch it, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. RJ, thank you for 9 months, dude. 9 months since we freaking met. That is crazy. Thank you, dude. I really do appreciate you. Pizza's like fast food that lasts 2 or 3 days? True. I don't know who 3 is. He misses you less than 3? Oh, that's fucked up. Whoa, the fucking game lagged so hard. There's too much going on in this room for the game. Fuck you. Alright. So the map shows a room up here, so let's see. Can we bomb into it? No. Okay. Oh, maybe we bombed down. I didn't realize I thought we were the fucking... Oh shit, okay. Purce, what the fuck? Wait, what'd I do? Hello? Everything okay? Did I do something wrong? This room seems a little weird. Really? I don't understand what's happening either, but I've never played it for like more than like an hour, so. Who is 3? I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Yo, what's up, Flux? I would assume this isn't a room. You know what they say about assuming. Alright. Secret is in the tip of the nose. Oh, I just saw the fucking... I just saw the map. Oh, that's so cool. I like this map design. That's fucking awesome. This is the... I wouldn't consider this the nose, though. This is like the fucking mouth. Also, torch upgrade? What the fuck? What does that do? Is there some other secret up there? We're literally in the eyeball of it right now. Or are we the flashing red dot? I keep forgetting which one we are. No, we are the green one. Okay. It upgrades your torch. Well, I understand that, but what needed upgrading about it? Oh, we get 3? Wait. Oh, we can just do as much as we want now. Oh, that's nice. That torch isn't that great, though. Save the princess, she needs you. What's up, Sprinkle? You have an idea for a disgusting dinner? Yikes. Alright, secrets on the tip of the nose. Would you consider... Where would you consider its nose? I don't know the dungeon. He did say that, though. You guys see how this is... You guys see it? You guys see how it's a fucking, it's a head? You guys see the little lizard head? Ow, fuck off. I wonder if that's what it meant. That wasn't... Where's your nose on your face? Right here, but that was like his eye, so it would be... For him, it would be like... I don't know, let's see. Well, we're out of fucking bombs now. So it'd be underneath his eye. So we needed a bomb down in there, probably. I was thinking it was higher up. Bomb farming gang sound off. What? My nose is below my eyes, so I would assume it's below the eyes, but now we have to fucking get bombs, so... Yo, Soul, thanks for the host, dude. What's going on? We'll always get Soul if we're playing Dark Souls or Zelda. Hell yeah, dude, I hope you're doing good. Here we go. Bomb farming. Why did you quote that? Why would you do this? I don't know about this sword thing the Nav said. I don't know if that's true. Was on Diablo 2? Nice, dude. I still gotta stream Diablo 2 one day, but I'm kind of like saving it for a special occasion. I don't know what that special occasion will be, but one day. I've never streamed it. Isn't Diablo... Shut up, Rick, please. Rick, you don't know. Rick asked me... Rick thought Diablo 2 looked like World of Warcraft. Okay. I would love to watch. I love that game to death. Marcus, Rick doesn't... There's a lot of stuff about games Rick just doesn't know. Which is okay. Rick's just never seen it, yeah. I would really like some bombs, but I don't have 100 rupees, and fuck you. That just makes me think Rick has never seen WoW. I think Rick has only seen WoW because I streamed it one time. Whenever Classic came out, I played it a little bit on stream. Rick saw one Blizzard game and goes, this is what they all look like. They do not compare Diablo to Clash of Clans ever again, Rick. I beg you. You can say, oh, I thought it was top down, but if you ever say, it looks like Clash of Clans, I swear to fucking Christ. Don't you ever say something like that to me, Rick. That's how you hit my, that's how you get Dark Purse. Fuck you. I love you, but fuck you. Don't say that. Were we were already down here? Dude, I just need bombs. Now I feel like I have to play Diablo 2 sooner, because that's the only way Rick... Most of the time that Rick gets into games is if he just watches me stream them. But I think if I ever stream it, I want to do it co-op with somebody. I think that's what I want to do. Dark Purse x Drunk Purse? Oh god. I think we've been there before. Yeah, I can't wait for D4, because it's supposed to be more like D2. I like Diablo 3, but it's just okay. Co-op with me? I'm wondering if you would like it or not. It's old. I mean, it's from 2000, so... I think the DLC might have been 2000. The main game actually might be 99. It's free on Steam. Path of Exile? It's like exactly like Diablo. I feel like it's harder to grasp the actual difficulty if you've never played it. Right, yeah. D2 does get hard. Once you get to like... I don't know, the whole game is pretty tough, but... Like Act 3 and shit, ugh. It does get a little, like, not fun around there. Just because there's so much... Just because there's so many enemies that are fucking annoying. What is it? I don't know. You just said a free game on Steam. I don't know what you're talking about, Rick. That could be a million games. There are a lot of free games on Steam. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not... Everyone's just like, no! It is nothing like League. No, it isn't. It is nothing like League. Those are MOBAs. Diablo is, it's just a game. It has a story, it has a campaign. Rick, it came out in 2000. It's not a battle royale. Rick's gonna be like, oh, it's like Fortnite. It's an action RPG, yes. Just a game. That's the best way to explain it to Rick. It's just a game, and it doesn't have gimmicks. It's not a massive online game. I wasn't alive in 2000. Damn, that's fucking crazy to think about. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, it doesn't have all these, like, current game trends and shit. It's just a game. It's got a genre? I know it does. You think if I say it's an action RPG, Rick will go, oh, so Rick will say, oh, it's like Earthbound. I don't know how to explain it. Rick doesn't know what this shit is, guys. I've never heard of that. See? I'm telling you. Guys, it's like you think I've never spoken to Rick whenever he has 800 hours in my stream. Rick just doesn't know. He's never played it. He's never seen it. Rick, what's a game that you might have... Rick, you know Minecraft Dungeons? Rick, you know Minecraft Dungeons? Minecraft Dungeons is an exact copy of Diablo. They stole Diablo. Diablo's the first to do it. That might not actually be historically true, but the first huge one. It's that, but it's not Minecraft, and there's demons and blood, and it's really dark. And you can play as a wizard or a warrior. That's the best way to describe it to Rick, is Minecraft Dungeons, because everybody's been playing that fucking game, and I'm like, this is just Diablo, but Minecraft, which is not something I ever wanted to be together. Yo, what's up, Anna? How you doing? Are you feeling better today, dude? I know you were doing a bunch of shit fucking last week. Yeah, so Diablo is like that, but it's fantasy. And it's made by the people who have made World of Warcraft. But they made Diablo first. Okay, Rick understands what Diablo is like now. Yeah, how's the moving stuff been? Are you done with all that? Dude, how can I not get bombs? Are you guys seeing how many enemies I've killed and not gotten a single bomb? I just need one. I'm about to, like, leave the dungeon and go buy some. Oh my god. That's Warcraft. That's original Warcraft, Rick. I'm not sick anymore, which is good, but moving has been tiring. But tonight I finished packing and moving everything to my dad's. Nice. Just have to help the rest of my fam now. Cool. Moblins on the overworld? Okay. My promotion was finalized. Nice. That's awesome, Anna. I'm glad to hear everything's going good. They just sound the same to you? Well, I've explained it to you now, so now you won't get Diablo confused anymore. Even though I grew up with Warcraft, it's not one of my favorite games ever, so don't get it confused with Warcraft. Warcraft is just okay. I'm not good at RTS, so... Oh my god. Diesel, holy shit! 15 fucking months? It's been that long now?
Wow, 15 years, Pog.
Wow, 15 years? 15 whole fucking years, dude? God damn. Diesel, thank you for 15 months. How you doing, brother? Welcome back. Thank you for resubbing. You handsome, handsome man. What's up? What's going on, dude? Hello, Pierce Kim. Hello, Andrew Cochran. What's up, Barley? What's going on, dude? Ew, I called you your full name, then called you Barley after. Why do I do that? I'm a rock star, me on radio? I know, dude. It's so cool. I didn't know if you wanted me... I didn't know if you wanted me to tell anyone, so I hadn't said anything yet. I was so excited that I almost posted it in, like, my general chat. Barley had a song in the radio, boys. I'm gonna tweet it. Alright, I'm gonna post it in my Discord right now. Guys, yo. Barley on radio. I had to save it myself, so the file's just called radio. There it is if you wanna listen. I probably should put that in music, but what the fuck ever. Alright, we need to find bombs. Oh, there's bombs right up here. Okay, we're good. I know where to go. Diesel, thank you so much for the sub, guys. Guys? I called you guys. Is Diablo 3D? Yes, it is. It's been a weird night. What's going on? You okay? Finally feels like things are going right. Good. Heard I missed some pretty poggers news at the start? Wait, who said that? Huh? What's the poggers news? At the start of this stream? I don't know. What did I announce? I didn't even announce anything. I probably just said something that people got excited about. We've been talking about, like, future streams and stuff all night. I don't even know what we talked about. Guys, what have we talked about this stream? they might be talking about that I officially was asked to be off the Wise schedule. I think that's... No, not that. I didn't lose a kid. I think they're talking about me asking to be taken off the schedule, so technically this is my job now. I think that's the Poggers news they're probably talking about, which is very exciting. It's very scary, but I guess I have a backup plan if anything goes wrong, but this is me. You guys get me 5 nights a week, and we're gonna keep it up as much as I fucking can. Yo, Wooch Ball, what's up, guys? Are you guys done playing Tarky? How was it? How's your stream, Ball? Nice, we can pick up more of these. How many can you carry? I don't know, I'm only gonna buy 8 though. Thank you, Rick. It's awesome. Solid got a lot of quests done and shit. Yeah, they had that fucking wipe, and I wanted to play with you guys, but I can't put aside my fucking time. So that's fun. Is that what you were talking about, Diesel? Yeah, okay. Yep, that is the news, I guess. I guess it's not as like crazy of a thing because that's what I've been doing for 2 months already, but it's more just the fact that I was looking at like paying everything and shit, and I was like, you know what? I don't think I have to go back to the Y. So as long as my stream stays steady the way it's going, this is me job now. But I mean, obviously nothing's gonna change. I'm gonna keep streaming the way I always have. We'll have fun. I'm just very happy I don't have to go back to that job. Yeah, I'm doing good, Ba. How are you? I'm like tearing up. Aw, don't tear up, dude. I just am very thankful for all of you guys. I went back to the Y for 2 shifts, and I was like, God, this fucking sucks. I was like, this is terrible. Yo, the game even says Ba. Dude, Ba, I feel like you always catch it. We have played so many games on stream where Ba's like, yo, look at your screen, it says Ba. It's happened to like at least 3 times. Thank you, Wooch. What'd you do at the Y? I did some IT work and then worked at just like the desk there. So I handled like memberships and shit that came in, and then worked on the computers. I liked the working on the computers part, but unfortunately, like most of the time, God, the computers are just so old there. Most of the time I was dealing with membership shit. Yeah, dude, this community's fucking amazing. Oh, I think, like, whenever I told Gabe was like, he was like, that's scary. He's like, I don't know. I was like, yeah, I don't know either, but I'm gonna do it. Frankenstein, dude, the fucking old Dell Towers, Ba. Oh, yeah. Alright. Thank you, Jade. This is definitely my dream. The super rat community? Oh, okay. It's like super rad, but you changed it to rat. Don't call my community rats. Listen, you're one of these people in this community, so you just called yourself a rat. Yeah, exactly, Bob. Exactly. I think that was kind of why I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'd rather take the risk than continue doing that. Yeah. Ugh. Give me the fucking fairy, dude. Dude, this thing is dodging me. Oh no, Rick, not a dude, Rick's gonna try to make me cry, dude. Thank you, Markars. Well, meetup win? Maybe one day. I would love to do that. That would be awesome. Yeah, no, Ba, that's kind of the point. I think if I ever need hours, I could go back there. I don't know, dude. I think I'd almost rather find another job instead of going back to the Y, because it was bad and it paid awful, and yeah. So, Chris, you big man, I'm happy for you. I always believe you'd reach full time. You have amazing talent that you can make this a passion for the rest of your life. We'll see how it goes, Rick. It's scary. I know this stream and stuff is your calling always made you happier than the Y did. True. Super happy to see you do what you want in your life. You can do anything you put your mind to, and you're amazing, dude. Seriously, I'm glad I've been a part of this for almost 3 years. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I love you, Rick. Thank you for always being here. You're the one who's been here the fucking longest, so... Thank you. It is scary, but... I mean, it's not that scary. I'm just doing what I've always done. I'm just playing games and talking to you guys. I feel like I don't have an excuse to not do more crazy creative shit now. Keep up them yeah, see what Boss said. I feel like I would love to do more IRL stuff. Not IRL, but like more stuff that makes me feel like I'm filming instead of just like playing a game. I love being creative on shit. There's a project that Barley wanted to do, and I think maybe one day it'll still happen, but it's just... It'll take a lot of time and planning, but... I was talking to Barley a lot about a project he wanted to do that was all, like, filming related, and, we talked about that for a while. I love shit like that. More cooking streams. I said if I do another cooking stream, I have to go all out on it, like, more than I fucking did. I want to go even more out on it. I want to be in, like, a fucking huge kitchen. I said a warehouse, yeah. That is a compliment, Bob, of course. Love you, Nico. We can go to Canada, it's 18 there? Yeah, we'll do a Canada trip. Diesel, there you go. Jackie, how you doing, by the way? Can we film my farts? Yeah, absolutely. Let's get some more Jeopardy. I would love to do Jeopardy monthly. I talked about it. But I have to work out some kinks on it. We have to figure out the buzzer. Once we figure out the buzzer, I would gladly do Jeopardy once a month. And I have lots of people who said they would help me. Boss said he wanted to help. Is it this? Alright. Damn, dude. Well, I have 2 keys. The buzzer is an issue, yes. And there are people who... I don't know how to fix it, because, like, I have to make it to where stream delay doesn't fuck with people, you know? I don't know a fair way to do it. I think Gabe mentioned maybe I should just pick, like, 3 contestants or something, like normal Jeopardy, and then pull them in a voice call and maybe just do the show with them. That might be what we have to do. Although, I want all of chat to be in on it, but... I guess if we did it once a month, it wouldn't be a big deal if I got 3 different people each time. Fuck yeah, ba. Listen, I've been doing this for years. Or fucking... What's Buzz in Lime? Online buzzer system? Whoa, what? So does it show when they can buzz in on here, so I have to click a button? Maybe we could keep it community that way. So I have to press answer done or whatever, then people can click buzz? Ooh, Ba might have solved it. If that's what it is. Fuck, dude. Yeah, I need other people to talk to so they can they can make the streams easier to do. Fuck yeah. I want to do more general, like, Jeopardy stuff, too. I really do. I like doing the video game questions a lot, though, because, like, everyone in my chat knows video game stuff. Nico, it's okay. Nico, you got salty because of the buzzer, though. Which is fair, because the buzzer is fucking broken. If you did, like, a trivia night for all chat where the scores, that would be cool, too. I definitely want to do more stuff like that. Whereas Dancer can shum for having fiber internet, and yeah, for real. Yeah, that's true, Pi. Yeah, it's just I don't know why I don't think of Googling. I would have you see, I would have Googled though, like Twitch. I don't know what I would have fucking Googled. I would have Googled something wrong. You Googled the right thing. No. Oh, wait, it's down one. I'm stupid. I keep looking at the wrong dot. The hallway from PT? Oh my god. That would have been a good answer, though. Alright. Fucking hell. Wait, so whenever they say secrets in the tip of the nose... Okay, what am I missing here? See, if this fucks up, this is gonna be annoying because we're gonna be out of bombs again. Get them sideways. We can't miss a bomb now. These are honestly just such shitty enemies because they turn and you can't tell when they're going to. Alright. Nice. Okay, more bombs. The man who goes towards the wrong dot, yes. Yeah, the hall from Pete. Who got that question right? Was it Rick? You guys want to see it so you can see what that picture was? I don't think I didn't show it off during Twitch Pretty. This is what it is. It's, oh my fucking god. All right, hold on. Let me let me turn the lights down a bit. God, it's still bright. Yeah, my light shines off that wall, so it's gonna be fucking bright, okay? Cause see, if I did this, yeah, that's my. All right, there's no POV your purse during a stream. Yeah, there's my posters. You can see my Ness and Lucas amiibo up there, my Cappy, my Goonies VHS that Rick bought me is on display. Okay, this is I fucking kicked over some shit. You looked like a mobile live stream. I was trying to play the joke that I had put it too high. Look at what the fucking sun. Yeah. Those are my lights at fucking... Oh shit. Yeah, we could... What if we stream like this? This is scary. If I do any horror games in the future, we can stream like this. That's scary though. Alright, that's my lights at 20%. It goes up to fucking 100 and it's way too bright. PM me on Discord or something, Diesel. I'll listen. I've been through some break. Oh shit, wait, Diesel, what happened? No, I missed something. I met up with my ex yet for closure night. Oh shit, man. I'm sorry. Did it go okay? You doing alright? I'm sorry I didn't read that. I was too busy showing off my fucking stupid movie posters. Okay. I keep looking at the wrong dot. Downright right? I can't reach him. Walk up this way. Yes. Okay, that wasn't worth it. You can't go right from here. Why is everything a puzzle now? It used to just be, alright, go through the dungeon, find the map, you're good. Now everything's gotta be a puzzle. This would be really fast to go through if you knew the way. I don't even know if this is right. If it isn't this, then I don't know. Okay, it's gonna be this. Alright, I'm gonna assume it is this wall right here. You're fucking kidding me. Dude! How do you get to the fucking boss? This is driving me insane. You need to go to the tip of the nose. Okay. The tip of the nose. Is it considering, like, the actual top right room the tip? Thank you, Jared. Jared, I have faith that you know how to get through this. Oh my fucking god. I guess, yeah, me too, which I understand. The guy said the secret is there, but... have we been up there yet? Dude, fuck the sword beam. It's like, this is so much better at this point. Alright. Me and Jackie gotta do the 24 before bed thing? Fuck yeah, dude. You're about to get me you're about to get me on 24, Ba. Every time you guys mention it, I'm like, you know, I've never really watched that much 24. I'm about to fucking watch it because of Ba and Jackie. I thought that last night. It's like, I'm about to fucking watch that show. You have something to watch all year? Yeah, for real. Something to put on every time I go to bed. Jackie got her fam into it? Nice. I don't know any spoilers or anything, so... Wooch says do it, too. A Tipper Gore joke on Twitch? Did they... what? What? Oh, this room always lags. Wizrobes are dark nuts. Oh. So the two worst enemies in the game, I see. Oh my god. Yo, Ba, have a great night. And Jackie, you have a great night. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out. Much love to you guys as always. Fucking no. See, like, how do I get over there? Have I already done this and I forgot? Oh, great. No more bombs. Yeah, it was down. You go down here. And I just ran out of bombs. Or you go right over here. I don't even remember. Yeah, you go right here. Fucking hell. We've never been to the top of his nose before. I think we might have almost been there and I walked backwards. These fucking assholes. There we go. Dude, no one is still. I have no answer to that. What was that? What was that about? Why'd that happen? I'm thinking about gambling all? That sounds like a big mistake. The context on the quote? There was a fucking video of a dude fucking a McChicken. He got banned from Twitter. If you don't know about it, it's probably good. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the context. And I randomly thought of it. They don't sell McChickens in Colorado? Was it because of that guy? What the fuck? How do I get up there? Have a great stream. Have a great night, guys. Good night, Jackie. Good night, Baw. Fuck your quote 337. I'm also, because I keep getting multiples, this is going to hurt the VIPs' hearts. VIPs, I'm sorry. I'm gonna change quotes to mods. Because of a quote being put in that I was like, guys, you probably shouldn't have put that in. And Rick suggested it last stream, so maybe... I'm sorry. I knew Dan was gonna be pissed. A quote that I was like, guys, no, why'd you put that? I mean, it's my fault for saying it. I'm sorry, Dan, I love you. I wasn't targeting you, okay? What the fuck he say? You guys can still just ask a mod to put it in, and if a mod's like, nah, then they won't go in. Listen, some of us quote exactly, Diesel. Diesel is on my side on this one. You guys, sometimes you guys, it's the name of the game. I promise it wasn't my noses below my eyes that did it. I promise. His Stormy is grumbling. See, you quoted that? That's funny. His Stormy. Guys, don't worry. Marker's quoted, I'm purposely letting these guys demolish my asshole. That's a good quote. Why am I looking through my quotes now? Alright, let's not look at the quotes. First person doesn't play games. Who do I don't play games with anyone, Dan. What are you talking about? I play too many games on stream to play games with people. What, you even joined my Minecraft server? I didn't even know you had one. I really don't play Minecraft. I'll get into it for like a night, and then I'm just like, yeah, I've played this game for 1,000 hours. Yeah, just ask him mod. Steven, don't leave. I have That's a good one. What do you think about the number 10? The number 10? Huh? True, Rick. Alright, guys, I'm out of bombs. Do I need bombs? How do I get to the tip of the nose? Are you supposed to go up here and then bomb the right wall? I don't have bombs. I want a PC now? Oh, yeah? It is a good investment. But why would... Fuck! I want to say that's like also one of the toughest parts about this game is having to go back and grind items. Dude, this dungeon's so annoying to get through. And nothing in here drops them, so I'm not even gonna attempt. Oh my god, I can't see, but I know the layout of the room. Quote Purce? No, it's ban. Alright, Dan. It's the very top right, but that's not how you get up there, you know? Oh, but that is where I have to go, is what you're saying. How much would it be though, roughly? It depends on what you want to do on it, Anna. If you want to like play games, you can get them for cheap if you really try for the You keep bombing other random walls? Fuck. Okay, don't go off what Rick said. Rick's is very expensive. Rick's computer is more expensive than mine, probably. Rick's is a little much. So don't base it off of that. Rick's was also pre-built. Rick's might be like the same power as my computer, but just because it was pre-built, it was more expensive. I just want to be able to play games. Okay, so then it depends on what games you're trying to play. There's a lot that goes into computers, but I mean, you can get one for pretty cheap if you just do it right, or you have someone help you. I'm sure a lot of us in here would love to help you, Anna. On Thursday stream, you will be damned. Don't 100k me again. Yeah, I was gonna say 600 as well. If you want a PC build, like 600 is usually what I will tell people. Tesseract! Thank you for the raid, dude. Thank you guys for shouting out Tess. What's up, man? What were you streaming? What's going on? That's like 70 USD. I don't know about that. Notepad is fun. Wow. I was raiding my ColecoVision library tonight. Nice. What are some good ColecoVision games? I don't think I know any. I know the ColecoVision. I don't think I know any games on it. What is that? You don't know what the ColecoVision is, Markers? ColecoVision's a good old console. Nope. I don't know who made it. Oh, I really boofed that one. We are grinding for bombs, what I was getting ready to say. Second Gen did a good job of arcade ports for the time. Oh shit, that's cool. Nice, dude. Well, I hope it was fun. Thank you so much for thinking of me to raid, man. Always nice to say hi to you, Tesseract. Alright, dude. The quotes! The quotes are something. It was made by Coleco. Okay, that's it. I knew that at one point. Not great, Dan. But it doesn't matter because it's the man behind the anime avatar that I'm buying it for. I actually don't know if that makes it better, but... If I didn't know you, if it was a random person in chat that I had never talked to that an anime avatar, then I would maybe say, you know what, I'm not even gonna do it. Okay, bot, we get it. You have a cooldown. It's got a 10-second cooldown, Rick, I think. That's pretty shit. Listen, how many bombs can we buy? Can we buy more than 8? No. The answer is no. I think I can get more goals versus shotgun. That's probably true. Here's the thing. You shouldn't do a shotgun because you're like, oh, Purce is gonna drink a whole beer. You do the shotgun because shotguns hurt. It's just so much liquid. Should I be worried about Thursday? Why are you guys talking about drinking already? It's Monday, guys. Shotguns. Oh, all right, dude. Yeah, you guys can quote that one for him. All right. That's a funny quote. Out of context, it's funny. Shotguns hurt. Yeah. I got the quote. Why are they giving so many fairies? I'm like happy about it, but I just don't understand. Just come to me with a budget? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Dan could probably build you a PC pretty good. I'd be able to help you out, just fucking PC part picker it, but Strim. Thank you, Rick. No, I'm not spending 100 rupees on bombs. What about Pride Month? What do you mean, what about it? It's good. All days are drinking days, it's Pride Month. Oh my god. Don't ruin my joke. Thank you. I'll drink a beer to Pride Month, why not? To all my celebrators in chat. It is Pride Month right now. That quote is great out of context because of the game as well, right? Like, why are you talking about shotguns, Zelda? Did someone message me or something on how to add the command quote? Won this on my stream for a while. Alicia, do you use, do you have Nightbot or anything? Or a chat bot or anything? I don't know what Gabe set you up with whenever he set you up. Or if he just had you do OBS. You could do it through Nightbot, and then that way you don't have to really do shit. Drink a beer to NAF Day, which is every day. Okay. Would like you to drink half a beer. Wow, okay, now calm down. We're not gonna get fucking too turnt, alright? I have to play this game that is kind of still kicking my ass. Guys, I gotta say, I have really enjoyed this game. Most NES games are like, I feel are just so difficult that they're like, they're borderline not fun. But, this is like a pretty good middle ground of being like, some parts are really fucking annoying hard, but then like, you can get past it if you just keep trying. I know the same can be said about every hard game ever, but it doesn't, I don't know, it's not super frustrating. Alright, let's pull out the torch, because this is annoying. That's just my opinion, though. Some people really like the NES. I love the NES. I love Ninja Gaiden, and that's like one of the most unfair fucking hard games ever. But, I also have never beat Ninja Gaiden. I get to the last stage and die every single fucking time I play it. That's something that I might honestly would like to do on stream sometime, because I already know how to beat it and everything. I just can't fucking do it. I just can't fucking finish. I have problems finishing, boys. Oh yeah, Flux. Yeah, I also think, guys, if I can get it set up, would you guys be interested in watching me stream the original Demon's Souls? And I might consider, since I've already done Dark Souls 2, I've done 1 a million times, I might just go ahead and play all the Souls games on stream. I might do, all I would have to do is 3 and Bloodborne. 3 Bloodborne and Demon's Souls is all I have left to stream, so. Nath, please stop. Animate the most famous quotes? That would be cool. My pan ass would like you to drink half a beer. You got, that's a full beer from both of you. I'm not a fan of these guys. Rick, I know you don't like Zelda, but it's been fun, right? Shouldn't you be drinking more? Tesseract does make a good point. Half gay equals half beer. Oh, I see. Don't you dare! You forgot Sekiro? I still have to play Sekiro. I'm gonna see how I feel about it. I guess I would have to play it if I'm gonna play all of them anyway. I played the first boss. Me and Gabe gotta play Sekiro together. We're gonna do it just in our own time. Because we gotta figure out how to play it and how to get good at it. Me and Gabe have actually, we've been slowly replaying Bloodborne, because the last time me and Gabe did Bloodborne was on Kinda Okay, and we only played it through once. So, me and Gabe have actually been kind of secretly playing Bloodborne again, just whenever we hang out off stream. And, we are done with the game. We have the final boss left, but I bought the DLC, so we've been playing the DLC now. The DLC is fucking hard in Bloodborne. It's so good. It's amazing, but it's fucking hard. So we've been working on that. I'm gonna have to grind and get us like a few levels because we are stuck on a boss that we cannot beat right now. I know it's a good game, but not my style. It's very different, Soul. Very different. Monster Hunter World. What? I have that. I have no one to play it with. Well, I probably would if I asked people, but... You're intimidated by it? You shouldn't be. Alright. So this would be down. I think this is the wrong thing to bomb. Yes, it is. We already tested this. We cannot bomb into there. Alright, it's gotta be this right wall. I don't think I have a fave game. I asked you it last week and you gave me one. You like Super Mario Galaxy or Sonic Unleashed as your favorite games? Jess and Steven play Monster Hunter World? Oh, do they? Okay, so I gotta always remember I bought it on fucking Xbox when it came out, so fuck my life. I actually like have no one to play it with. Marin! Yo, Marin, what's up? You didn't make it. We're in level 7. We just finally got to the fucking tip of the nose, so now we gotta figure out what the hell to do here. Yeah, Tesseract, that's what I say whenever people are like, what difficulty? I'm playing through Doom right now, and everybody's, what difficulty are you on? I said, normal, and everyone goes, ugh! And I'm like, listen, I like enjoying the game, okay? I like enjoying the game. Oh, fuck, Marin. Well, I'm glad you're here. No, dude, I'm still playing for a little over 3 hours, so stream is only halfway done. Boo! Nightmare Gang. Alright, guys. Wait, really, Diesel? I have literally played it for like 20 minutes. I don't know. Whenever it comes to Dark Souls, though, there's something about Dark Souls. I don't like Dark Souls because it's hard. No! Wyatt, what are you doing? What are you doing, Wyatt? I already yelled at you today. He already got the red moon and he's still going. Wyatt, Jesus Christ, thank you for 1,000 bits. Fucking dance game. Oh my god. Wyatt, you got one of my favorite alerts. I love that alert. Wyatt, thank you for 1,000 bits. God damn, dude. Yeah, Rick, I would say your favorite games are probably Galaxy or Unleash. You talk about them. Like, anytime it gets mentioned, you're like, yes! So that's probably your favorite game. Oh, yeah. So many red moons. Thank you, Wyatt. Unnecessary, dude. Okay, I think I've seen this before. Like, somewhere. Isn't it one of these randomly you can push? Please go away. It doesn't freeze the blocks, does it? Or is it behind? Is it frozen? No way, does that actually do that? Seizure mode. This doesn't even hurt you though, it just disables you from using your sword. Which would be bad if one of those was next to you. Like right now! Alright. I am understanding why this happens. No! No! Oh, I see. God damn it! Fuck off. Wait, this is the wrong way. This is the dongos. I thought they just kept respawning forever for some reason, Marin. That's why I wasn't dealing with them. Ow. I'm about to move quotes around just so 69 isn't that, because I think like every stream somebody checks what 69 is, and it's not 69 related at all. There's a finite amount. Okay, cool. This dungeon is taking me like an hour and a half. And it's not even hard, it's just that the puzzles were getting to me. This is taking a very long time, guys. I'm not proud of it, because I feel like this dungeon was really easy. Don't change it? You like lawnmowers for snow? You like me not knowing what a snowblower is called? Yeah, this is really easy. I think in like a second playthrough this would be fucking cake. Okay, wrong one. Also figuring out that the guy needed meat that's pretty tough. Alright. All masters, yeah. Damn, double hit with one swing, huh? Will I know when they're all dead? Oh my god. I almost just want to be like, guys, please just tell me which block it is. Okay. It is a very monk-esque room. This is weird. There's been no places where where we've gone into a boss room from the bottom like this. Yo, Marin, can you like confirm that this is the best item in the fucking game? Can you confirm that for me? Because this item seems very overpowered to me. I was looking around, I was like, does it use health? Does it use rupees? No, it's just a perfect range weapon. Oh yeah, dude, you wouldn't fucking need a sword at all. Fuck. I didn't even think about that, Marin. Tell him nothing. It's not... Nap, it does not help me at all. I'm just curious if she would say, oh yeah, that is the best. God damn it. Oh, if I run out of bombs, dude. Oh, thank God. Can I hit you with this? Oh my God. Level 7's done! Ugh. Alright, lads. Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Markers. You got the item here? No, I don't think I did. No, I had to have, right? We did fucking so much shit in there. Yeah, it was the candle. It was the candle. Get ready for the pain train. Is it hard because of enemies? Because if that's the case, that sucks, but we're just gonna have to deal with it. All right, level 8. Okay, we gotta go. Oh no. What have you done? Pie, thank you for the 69 bits. Welcome back. How's your pizza? Oh, that's a wrap for you for being here. You're going to get pizza. Get that pizza, baby. You're gonna get wrecked without the blue ring? I had an option to get it. What do I need it for? So you're saying I need to get it. Where the fuck was it? I can't it was, oh, you have to grind rupees for it. It was in that shop at the top left. I really have to grind 250 rupees. Marin said I'm gonna get wrecked, so I'm not really liking that. Cuts damage down to half? Holy fuck. What's the fastest way to get rupees? Yeah, I kinda want that. Either that or get better at dodging. Fucking 250? I know there's a money making game where you can get 100. But I don't know how easy it is to make money off of. Dude, this would take so long to get 250. What's up with the fairies? 2 free Hundo rupee spots, and now if you grabbed them or not, I have not. There's 2 free Hundo spots. Okay, I'm gonna pull my Zelda map back up. We've gotten all the heart containers, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's one more we didn't get, but 100 rupees. I see some 30 rupee spots. Okay, there's a 100. Okay, there's one pretty close, actually. Cheater? The game came with a map, Rick. It's not cheating. It's because it's so hard to fucking see where you're going. The game originally came with one. The game came with its own fucking strategy guide telling you where everything was. Did I just go the wrong way? What did I just do? Where's this? What am I doing? Oh, I went up too much. We need to go this way. Yeah, Rick, this game is very confusing. It's not cheating having a map. I think we had them. I have the actual map somewhere. I mean, it'd just be like using that. Also, Rick calling me a cheater. Okay, Rick, you're the king of fucking cheating. Okay, so it's this right here. It's a secret to everybody. You see me going on a road trip with no map? Because that shit is cheating. Rick, you're the one who told me you have like 16 different versions of Action Replay and a Game Shark. I've never owned any of those. You're a fucking cheater on everything. Rick said, "Oh, I never played Pokemon. I only played it once. I gave myself 16 level 100 Mews in the first gym." And I'm like, okay, Rick. All right. Outside the Lost Woods. Okay, so left. Game Genie is true hardware. It's true. I would say that's more cheating than using a map that came with the game. You see, we say that and Rick's silent because he knows he's wrong. I'm gonna go off of Marin because I know Marin has done this fucking hundreds of times. Fucking Jerry at the gas station, Remo. Fuck it. Okay, Rick's just memeing now. Rick is just saying things. Let's see. Lost Woods is up here to the left. Jesus. Yeah, now Rick is replying. Goof Gobber. How would you ever figure this out? There are 3 in First Quest? Oh, really? The top right is the money-making game, though. You get 100 from that. Is that what you guys are talking about? Because I don't see another hundo spot. Nope, there's a hidden staircase. Okay, well, is it in the top right? I see one that has 30. Your max is 255. Get the 30 though. Okay. The 30, there's a lot of fucking 30s. So let's see if there's one closer to Lost Woods. There's one where you get minus 20. What the fuck? Oh, there's one right down here. All right. Fuck. Yeah, there's one around here. Alright, cool. I know exactly where we're going. You could stream Animal Crossing? There you go. Yeah, you'd have to get a capture card and shit, but you could do it. Alright, we'll be 1 off. Or no, we'd be 1 off from max. Alright, this is going to help a lot. Everything was always maxed out at 255. Alright. Can I just exit by going... Okay. So close. What are you saying so close? He has to be special and use a burnable bush. Truth, you are scaring me. You said 2 hours. Is someone with channel points? Oh no. Oh no.
What is up, my fellow gamers? I really enjoy your channel Purce on twitch.tv. It's funny because one of my favorite games is Legend of Zelda. Want more subs like this? Click the link down below. Delete this part before sending to receive a Cash App payment.
Okay, I got the skip off just at the end. Yo, Gabe! Thank you for 26 months, dude! You absolute legend. Are you still at work right now? Oh, it's 11. You're off now, aren't you? Gabe, thank you for 26 months! You handsome man. Dude, we're gonna beat Zelda tonight. We're really gonna try. Boy, this is really expensive, you're right. Welcome home, Gabe. Ah! Alright. Dungeon 8. I don't know how you would ever find Dungeon 8. I think, honestly, I think the furthest I ever got, I might have gotten a 7, and I think I stopped in 7 because I got confused. I couldn't figure out the puzzles in there. So now it's going to be fully blind. I'm like sure of it. I had made it pretty far in this game, just not this far. Okay, Dungeon 8 is in, it's like in between some trees over here or something. 2? You guys 2-ing over here, dude? You getting a 2 train going on? Fuck. Type 2 if you're horny. Whoa. I did not ask this. I never said that. That never happened. Oh yeah, Gabe, how was Alan Wake? I had you up, but I was fucking laying down and then napping and then... What even fucking day was that? What else did I do that day? Oh, I was trying to make plans with Chase all day. That's what it was. I was like making sure that me and Chase plans wouldn't fall through. So I had you up and I was kind of paying attention. Cool. Oh, I guess this is how you would figure it out. You'd go, oh, that looks burnable. That's pretty obvious. I wouldn't guess in a million years there's a dungeon down here. Alright. Chase is a square? Wow. Oh, look at that, dude. That's cool. Yo, Genny, thank you so much for the follow! Follow the raid. Jesus Christ. For the raid. Welcome in, guys. What's up? Playing Borderlands 2. Uh-oh. Is this a half Sue's raid? It must be. Thank you guys for shouting out Giddy. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Or it's Jin High. Zardaness, what's up, dude? But, oh my god, I love this. This is fantastic. Oh no, okay, Sark emote. Somebody, okay, so one of my viewers left earlier and they're like, I'm playing Borderlands. So I was like, maybe it's Sue's related. No, it isn't. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. How's Borderlands? Silver Fox, welcome in, guys. I'm currently finishing Zelda for the first time in my life. It's not my first time playing it, but first time this far. So, hi guys, welcome in. Dude, thanks for raiding me. Where's Gab? He just got here. He just got home. Marin, I tried doing it and I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't pull it off. Yo, cheers, guys. I hope Borderlands 2 is fun. I know this is bad timing, but I'm about to pee my pants. So I need to, I will be right back. And listen to Kakariko while I'm gone. Again, I've played Kakariko every BRB so far. Okay, thankfully my pee breaks are pretty quick because my bathroom is like right behind where I stream, so. Alright, I'm back. This is your first playthrough? You just goofing around? Yep, my first time? Dude, nice. I freaking, oh my god. I love Borderlands 1 and 2. I haven't played 3 still. Pre-sequel, I thought it was okay. I never finished it. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Alright. This will be fun. Almost. Oh, you son of a gun. Oh, you son of a gun. Really? I'm panicking. Okay, honestly, I thought you had to use bombs on it. I've forgotten everything. The bombs are just the cheese strat. Oh my god, these raids. You guys, Acheron, thank you for the raid. Playing RE7, oh yeah, dude, getting hyped for 8. Back-to-back raids, thank you guys. I wanted it to be Borderlands 2 good and it wasn't. I was just sort of let down by that. I know, but I know. It was so weird. I think just all the, like, they had all that oxygen stuff too, right? Very weird. Aki, thank you so much for the raid, buddy. How was your stream? Man, I just wasted 7 bombs. I forgot that that's just the cheese strat. That sucks. Alright, hit the Gibdos. Alright, so they don't work on them. That does suck. We haven't seen a Dark Nut in a hot while. Oh my god, this is terrible. Marin, I want to try... I don't know which one's gonna push. Okay, this one is. Marin, I don't understand this, so... It's B that you press? It's full of blue ones? Yeah, screw this otherwise. 4 and 7? Nice, dude. Did you get 4 all the way done? I think you're too high. Okay, well, you pushed me up a bit. It's up and, or over, right, and B, huh? It's hard to tell white on white, right. Is it like you tap right until he goes... It's so weird. Oh, you just switch between them? Okay. I was like, damn, dude, that either was a long stream or you're really fast at 4. You had it? Wait, I did? I can't, it doesn't look like anything happened. Do you mash B while you're doing it, or what? It's very weird. I've never seen it done, so I have no idea what it's supposed to look like. Oh, is it like that? We're trying to test out a trick, guys. There's a trick you can do in this game. We're seeing if I can pull it off. A plus right. That picture says B plus right. And I was like, why? Why B? So you'll actually move right? Okay. God damn it. Oh, it's just like doing an action. This is very weird. I just want to do it just to show that I can. I'm curious about it. What you try and do? There's a little trick you can do that Marin showed me. Sent me a picture of. I think I'm too high up. It's hard to get specific angles in an NES game though. Like that? I mean, how gentle can you tap the D-pad though, you know? It shoves you through the block. Fuck off. I don't know. We'll just do it the normal way, I guess. What the hell does this do? Those half button presses, yeah. Now you can read. Now that I have a book, I can read. But like, what does it do? That's pretty cool. All right, you're getting fast. Easy. All right, this was worthless. The big cheese boss keeps one hitting you. The big cheese boss. Manhandler's got the zoomies. You're goddamn right. It upgrades the staff? Oh shit. That's nice. Oh my god. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, didn't get anything from that. We got a key in here. How do you not get that? What, the big cheese? I don't know what you mean by that. I've only played RE4 one time. I don't know what the big cheese is. You lost your shield in Dungeon 6? What do you mean I lost it? No? Wait, when you get eaten by the like, does it take your shield and not tell you? God damn it. Somebody said something earlier and I was like, what are you talking about? I don't even remember what it does. It like blocks more projectiles or something? Yeah, I definitely don't have that anymore. I didn't even notice. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Is it more bombing stuff? You don't have any bombs, I wasted them all. I don't like these puzzly dungeons. There's fucking bomb right there. The puzzly dungeons are no fun. Flux and magic projectiles. How the fuck did I even get it? I had to buy it, didn't I? It's torture, this game sometimes. What do you have? Bombs for 20 rupees? No, but that... Okay, I see how the shields look different now. That's 160? Fucking hell. For like at 6 a.m. is only 12:30 for you, right, Rick? Yeah, now I see how the shield is a lot smaller. I didn't realize. We got fucking sucked up by one of them, dude. And it shouldn't have even happened. It was bullshit. That's so annoying. Could have been like Ocarina, where after you kill it, it gives it back to you. Unfair. We have 4, but I have a feeling I'm gonna need 8. They're named kind of, yeah, they kind of are. Fucking despise. There you go. Fuck you. That's what they should call them. Love to hate them. They're the worst. Yeah, they suck in Minish Cap. You are right. I agree on that. Okay. Nothing worse than wasting a bomb. Minish Cap is best 2D Zelda. It's my favorite 2D Zelda. The rupees that are like hooked to the top of their head. Oh, just get me out of here. Yeah, Minish Cap is my favorite 2D Zelda. Fucking love that game. What are these fucking things called? Just thought these were kind of weird. Also, they have a ridiculous amount of health. What the fuck? I want your items! All you're dropping is money! You have to hit him from the side? How was I hurt? How did I kill that one with this? How did that happen? Kill them by screaming at them? That's the closest thing to screaming that I can do. Minish was too short, though. It doesn't take too long. I don't know if I'd say it's too short. I don't know. I could see where you're coming from with that. This room is tragic. Oh my god, the game is lagging. Fuck you. I think I can take one more hit. I can. I'm on the verge of dying. I am actually getting hit right now. Holy shit. I'm not baby raging, Rick. The game, it didn't kill me because of lag. It started lagging. Ah! I swear, I'm not getting mad over it. It's just weird. I haven't seen lag in this game before. Oh no. Oh no. I know I'm goofing you. It was the lag, Mom! Mom, you're making my game lag. Oh, the easiest boss in the game? Goma? Open. Open! Why is this one takes more shots than the easy one? Or than the actual boss? Because blue. Hang up the phone, I'm lagging. Okay. That timer was godlike. Thank goodness. Good night, Soul. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always love having you here. Sleep well, brother. Oh my fucking god. When will I learn? My actions have consequences. Sammy, classic Sonic fan. 2012. I don't know when that fucking video came out. Yes. Alright. Did you let Goma? Huh? Did I let them? No. Let go of my nuts. I was like, there's no way you can make this a fucking D's nuts joke. And then let go of my nuts kind of works. Yes, I did, because I never grabbed them, Dan. Okay. Sad face. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry I didn't grab your nuts, bro. F for my CBT. Oh, I really have to kill everything in here. Oh, this is actually torture. Holy fuck, please don't fucking jump over to me. Oh! Holy shit. I don't use the bow as much as I should. Holy shit, it even can pick up things? Thank you, Jared. I was gonna tell him that after you killed them all, Marin, you're fucking evil. Marin making me do more of this game than I need to. I help you out, and that's the stats I get. You said you were gonna not help me out. 10th enemy has the bomb. Okay, so that's just saying every 10 enemies they'll drop a bomb, right? I don't know what that means. I thought I read that already somewhere. Wait. I still don't have the map. Okay, we still don't have the map. There is... I'm trying to figure out what the item was that we get in here. Oh yeah, we get the book, which we already had. Jesus, Wyatt, don't fucking... You have to kill the penguin like that, dude. It's fucked up. Think about your choices, Wyatt. Wyatt, thank you for 75 bits. Why? I just told you not to kill him! He did it again! He did it again right in front of my fucking face! I said don't to kill the penguin, Wyatt. Wyatt, thank you for 75 more bits.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
I didn't mean to press that right now. Yes! Okay. Jesus, you guys! Markers, Wyatt, you guys tonight. Please. Markers, thank you for 80 bits. Wyatt, thank you for all the bits, buddy. Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. I love the fucking shack alert, but I feel like there needs to be even more. Oh, hell yeah, there we go. Alright, what's up here? What you got for me up here? Ah! Blue. Fuck. Come on. There's gotta be something good up here, right? Besides fucking death? Iframes. I have a feeling you could kill him in like one cycle if you really wanted to, or maybe two. Nice. Okay. I regret everything about coming up here. Nah. Dude, oh! As I said, I regret everything about coming up here. Wow, bombs. Iframes, we don't need those. Nice. I was about to leave the room because I had so little faith in that working. Cool. All right. That was stupid. I don't know why I thought I needed to do that. Do you agree with me? What am I agreeing on, Rick? That tonsils look like wiffle balls? No. Dude, fuck yeah, Eki, it was so good. It's fucking awesome. That tonsils are weird. I don't really know what they look like. So I don't know. Maybe? I think they're just like little, I don't know, they're just, I don't even remember what they look like. Have you never looked at yours? I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. I genuinely don't know. Wisdom teeth, all 4 of mine got removed at once and I was very thankful. Fucking Acheron! Why does it always land on this one? Every fucking time! You guys always land on this! Diesel, I know, and it pisses me off because I wanted it. No, it's not dog food. It's strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. I hate everything. This is the worst. I quit streaming already. Ah! Oh, it's so strong. It's so strong. It actually got a genuine scream out of me. Oh, dude. Dead Zora. I can't wait to bomb some dongles. Nothing in here. Worthless room. Pretty cool. Spoiled milk is bad too, but I think dead fish was fucking awful. Alright, how do I get to the room? Somebody tell me. I'm over it. I'm over all this. I just want to beat the game. I like the game, but I just want to beat it. What's the puzzle? What's the fucking puzzle? The place with the things. Okay. Ugh. The worst part about this is I'll be just sitting here and there'll be pieces of the bean in my teeth that'll just drop down into my mouth. Like pieces that got stuck will fall in and then I'll just get all that taste again in like 10 minutes. The other place you haven't been to yet? I actually don't even know where that is now. We haven't been to the left side yet, but I don't know how to get over there. Oh, it's so gross, man. Why, Rick? Speak of the fucking devil. It's Acheron's favorite bean. Oh, it's so gross. It actually just tastes rotten. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. I can't pay attention with this fucking gross taste in my mouth. Rick, where do you get off? It's never gonna be good. It never is. If this is spoiled milk again, I'm taking beans off of the menu. What is it? I don't even know what that is. I don't even think there is another one of those. We've eaten all of them. We get it every fucking time. Oh, there is another one. It's pretty bad when you can't tell what it is. I think it's spoiled milk again, but like, I just had one. Yeah, it definitely is. Alright, don't put it away. I can't get a good spin now. Berry blue or toothpaste, I'll take that. Fucking wash out my mouth. It's toothpaste, but it's better. Something to make you feel better? No. Because I have a very good feeling it's not gonna make me feel better. I like Sailor Moon though, so that doesn't make me that mad. It looks great. Well, now I gotta redo it. Dan made a weeb emote, but he used one of the very few animes I do like, so now he's mad. It looks good, Dan. Where are we supposed to go? I think I never went left here. I think that is the case. Jesus, they have a fucking wall of them! Oh, we already... It's okay, it's at the beginning. It's at the very beginning of it. The problem is we don't have a potion and... we have 3 hearts again. Please. The fucking orbs, dude. Who's your top tier waifu? I don't have one. Where would we go to get the closest health and... Nowhere close, really. The closest ferry is like... well, that's not too far away. But getting another potion would be... well... okay, I see where we're gonna go. Everyone's got a waifu. Not me, dude. The big boob girl in Gurren Lagann. I don't even remember her name. That's how long it's been. And I think if I don't know her name, she's probably not my waifu. Is her name like Yoko or something? Princess Peach? Okay, that's actually true. If we're gonna say it can be from a video game, then it would be Peach or Zelda. Yo, what's up, Slash? How you doing, dude? Okay, so this is pretty cool. There's actually a secret potion shop over here, which we're gonna try out. It's over there. My waifu is a Minxer. Yeah, how about let's do a video game waifu. Everyone give me your video game waifus. Marin's is Leon Kennedy. That adds a ton to the tier list. Husbando. Dan's is Samus Aran. Ugly RE7 Chris? Wow, he's not ugly in the fucking game. Sonya from Sword and Shield? That's a pretty good one, Marcus. I'll give it to you. Sam's gonna actually throw me and it makes me hot. He looks like such a tool. He looks like a 55-year-old man because he is. What Chris do you like though, Rick? Because he looks different in every fucking game. Just like every Resident Evil. Every character looks like a different person in every game they make. I don't get it. Napoleon complex in check. Thick RE8 Chris. God damn it. Alright, what were we doing? Okay, I know the room that we need to do this. We just have to get through this fucking shithole of a room to get there. That is not what I wanted to do. Probably someone from Fire Emblem? That's fair, Marin. Fucking knock it off, yo! The orbs don't even do that much damage, they just fucking are annoying. Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2. Yeah, Rick is obsessed with Handsome Jack. Wait, we've already been here. God damn it. Forgot about Riku. Riku from Kingdom Hearts? Oh, Riku from Final Fantasy X. See, that's very different. Alright. This has gotta be it. This has to be it. If it isn't, then I'm a fucking idiot and I give up. What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Yes, Rick, because your name has Riku in it. None of that makes sense. You can't put those three together, Rick. I give up. I give up, guys. Somewhere near the top right. Why? That would make no sense. I always go to the things closest to the fucking boss room. For the story. Uh-huh, Diesel. What the fuck? Was it this? Did I ever go in here? Ah! God, you're the fucking worst enemies ever. Okay, did I ever go in here? Yes, I did. Oh my, you actually just locked me in here? Ah! This game is fucking cruel. Oh, and these guys are in here. Actually amazing. Oh my... Oh, please, hit him. Okay. One more. Get me out of here. Rick actually went and found a picture of him. It's gonna be like him naked. Oh my fucking god. It's exactly what I expected. Video game waifu back in the day, I remember... Dude, Cortana did every single Halo. What was up with that? They were trying to fucking do some shit to us. I don't know if it's Halo 4 or 5 Cortana where I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, what are you trying to do? There's like ass shots of her. It's like, what are you trying to do to me? I'm just playing Halo, dude. Did we never go in here? That shows a down thing. Does that mean we can bomb that? Does the map show where you can fucking bomb shit? Because that would be crazy. No, did I never go down here? No, it's just considered a dark area. Okay. In the top right, huh? It's baby like in 4? It might have been 5, I don't know. Maybe it was 4. I don't fucking remember, dude. They just kept changing her, I know, and then one specific game I was like, whoa! Really? Cortana's like that now, huh? It was this one, wasn't it? Did we just... This was a secret? Okay, we never went in here. Nice to know. A. The key just says A now. Either way, I wish he had it on. God damn it. Okay, so we got that. Now, how do I get to the boss? The infinite key? Oh, fuck yeah. Now, how do we get to the boss? Help me, chat. We're so close. We were talking about, I said, I don't know, fucking Zelda and Peach. I fucking love them. Oh my god, you guys. You guys got deep in a waifu talk over here. Did this reset? I think this reset to max brightness. Alright. Imagine choosing Peach. Shut up. You either bomb in it or take a staircase. I've been one room away from it and it would not let me in. Fuck you, dude. Not my fault everyone made Mario too popular. Dude, fuck yes, baby. This only has 8 foot tall. This only has like fucking 500 feet tall at the end of Galaxy. Where the fuck? Ugh. Did I try bombing the left wall in here? I'm about to Google it. I don't like getting stuck on games, guys. I've said this a million times on stream. I would rather, like, Oh wait, Marin. Okay, Marin is still active. Marin, what do I do? I would feel a lot better if Marin told me compared to me Googling it. Pauline? Pauline's a cutie. How the fuck do I get to this boss door? I got the key, I got the book. Marin would tell you to choose a Rosalina. No, I don't, Marin. I need help. Please. I have wandered everywhere, bombed so many walls, wasted so many bombs. I don't know what to do to get to the boss. Find that room with the kitties, the one with like a lot of them. This is gonna take a while. I think it was this one. No. Bye, Smithy. Have fun down that rabbit hole. Oh no. The one with, dude, I don't know where that fucking room was. It's gonna take a hot minute here. Mercy from Overwatch? That's another good waifu. Oh, I've ruined it. I've ruined it all by coming in here. Game's over. I give up. I don't remember any chicks from Final Fantasy 15. I didn't get that far. Oh! I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the car mechanic chick. God damn it! I forgot about that. That was so like I remember playing it and being like, really, guys. Oh my god, we are talking... We're talking about waifus for maybe way too long. What have we started? Dude, I have gone in this room so many fucking times! Didn't I just come out of here and I follow these guys and then... Oh my god, Okay, no, I went down though. Okay. Where is the room with all the kitties? Oh, thank God. Okay. Is this the one? Is this the one, Marin? Please. Oh my God, they don't get hurt by that. This isn't the other one? No! What do you mean the other one? This has got to be it. No. Is there another one that is just like this? Why would it not be around the boss? Dude. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm losing faith in myself. You have the map? Why are you asking me? I don't have a map for the dungeons. I just had an overworld map. I wasn't cheating on the dungeons. I wasn't looking at the dungeons maps, just the overworld to see how to get to the dungeons. Compass equals Triforce. Boss equals always in front of Triforce. What? If the compass was the Triforce, the boss is always in front of it? What? Oh. Oh. I don't know why. I just always get to the boss and go, okay, we got there. Oh. See, that changes a few things. I would think it would be like over here or something, but it's not. It's not. This is the fucking Spectacle Rock bullshit. That's nothing. We already went down here, and then this wasn't the right way. There's no cats in this room. Unless it's right here. Don't apologize. The number one thing I hate on stream is getting stuck on games. That's why, like, sometimes I don't like playing blind games. That is one of the reasons why I am not excited to play Zelda 2, because nobody fucking knows Zelda 2. So they're not going to be able to help me with it. So I'm going to save it till, like, deep into the project. I know it well enough? Okay. That's good news. Quit fucking playing with my emotions! Stupid fairy. Oh fucking no, please. Oh, that's actual torture! Oh, okay, thank God. I thought it was gonna respawn all of them. I was like, this game is Satan incarnate. Fuck these staircases. So it's up from this room. Gotcha. And it's a bombable wall right here. And you bomb into it. I almost want to make it lag. Makes it easier. Just tank it. Just tank it. Alright, we might have to heal. Imagine doing this totally blind. No, I think I'm fine. Fuck that, dude. I could have survived it. Could have saved a potion, but whatever. Oh, we've done it. So is there one more heart container I didn't get somewhere? Where would that be? The Triforce is complete, or one piece of it. Okay, we're gonna beat this tonight, boys. We're gonna fucking beat it tonight. Oh, that's a difficult question because I don't know which ones you've gotten right. I'm gonna look at the map because I know which ones I've gotten. Here, we're gonna scan it from top to bottom and left to right. It's gotta be something I just never picked up. I picked them all up in the stages, obviously. Any that I missed in the overworld. I think I burned that and got it. This is our last stretch here. You don't get one in level 9. It wouldn't make sense. I think I did all the bombable walls last time. I did the one in the top right. What could I be missing? You did, Suze. It's not done yet. Maybe. I don't know how... That final dungeon's probably gonna take me 2 fucking hours, because this last one just did. Is that right there? Did I ever do that? Here's the problem, Marin. I'm not... I don't think I'm 100% sure which ones I've done, so that is a hard question for me now as well. Because I did this 2 weeks ago. Suze, I love you. The map's not that big. It just looks big on paper. So let's see, where are we? We're in this little section. That did not help me at all. Is this a... No. Where the fuck is this? Take me to the water. Okay, thank you. Top right of water? Where the how the fuck? Oh, this is just, no wait. Where is this? Hello? Oh, this is the... Is this the top right of the map? This is the top right of the map. So did I just walk past it? Oh, okay. Yep, I see where we are. Beautiful. Ah, okay. Yay! We got it, boys! Ah, all 16 hearts. Beautiful. That was, yeah, that was actually in a really good spot. Alright, now, fuck, we don't have any rupees at all. I want to play the money-making game. How's that shit work? That's always the first one you get. Let's play the money-making game. Oh, there's a hidden staircase up here? Oh. Well, we don't have to play money-making game then. Alright. Let's get a red potion now. Suze, how have you been? What's up? Somebody rated me that was playing, Guinea did. I still don't even know if that's how to say their name, and I feel so bad for saying it that way, because it could be very wrong. But they rated me and they're let's play Borderlands 2, and I'm like, are you with Suze? And then I realized that they had Sark emotes, so I was like, okay, you are not with Suze. You should listen to me drunkenly ramble the other night? Dude, you guys always listen to me drunkenly ramble, of course. From Sark and Gino? Cool, cool. Yeah, they sent a Sark flex and I was like, oh. That's where I know you from. No, just played with Bobby and Max. Good, good boys. Okay, potion time. By potion, go... Yeah. And then down. That's Sark Flex, baby. That's such a good fucking emote. Alright. Level 9. Which is, it's up in the mountains, but it's up in the top left. So you have to... Oh boy, is that a journey to fucking get to. You can't just go around or anything. Or wait, can you, since that's one thin water? Sark does have good emotes. Yeah, his champ emotes, so fucking good. Ow. They're all, yeah, like fucking Spelunky and RuneScape. Those are some fucking good games. This Purce guy has great emotes. They're pretty good, right? I hope you guys like my emotes. Can we do this? Oh, see, that's a game changer, because that means we're right fucking next to the shit. Yeah. Good, I'm glad, Suze. I'm glad you use it. A good Suze emote, genuinely. Because they're so generous. Okay. Fuck you, Lionel Richie. Oh my god, we actually got full health. Alright, boys. Oh my god, it's different! It's a different song! Oh no, dude, I'm not ready for this. Dude, getting here and hearing a different song would freak me the fuck out as a kid. Oh, Diesel, no! My emotes are just my face, they're good though. Good luck. Is this more puzzle? Is it more puzzle? I'm not ready for this. What shield do you have? The pussy one? This dungeon is cancer? Oh, that's fantastic. God damn it. Yo, Dota, what's up, man? What? Marin's laughing at me. Marin laughs at me instead of helping me. Dude, I don't want to do this. I'm gonna buy a new one and this first like is gonna fucking take it away. Wait, we have the infinite key, isn't there no point? One word wizard. Oh, yay, my favorite enemy is back! I like these guys. The blue versions of enemies are the worst. Ugh, come on. That doesn't do anything to them. I don't even think I want to use this. I feel like it's a waste right now. Whatever. TOS! It's an emote! How come I have the best sword in the game and it still takes fucking 30 hits to kill these guys? I probably have to bomb fucking walls in here and shit, no matter where I go. How do you kill the wizards without a sword, Marin? That is something I would be interested in hearing. So so with the shield I could block that. See, that would be a whole nother, that makes a whole world of difference. Stab him with the rod? Oh, really? Oh, Jesus. Hang on a sec, something is bothering me? What's bothering you? Hello? Oh my god. Suits! What the fuck? Why? Susan's like, you have to stay above 300. Oh my god. Zeus, Jesus Christ. No, it is fucking, it should be enough, it just isn't updating fast. Jesus Christ. Suze. That's too many. It's too many gift subs all the time. Thank you, dude. I fucking appreciate it. Oh, there are people in here that I know this time. I assumed it wouldn't be. Thank you for gifting a sub to Kanzi. Jared, who's always freaking here. Kapulchi-san. Ranger Nimi, Witcher High, Tina Bo, Jertly Kurt, my man Kurt, and Dada. Thank you, dude. I don't know why it's at. Your OCD is. It's gonna stay for a while. No. Why does it take so long to read it from this file? Maybe I should just update it myself. That's what I'll fucking do. Big goal, yeah, we did that. Somebody was like, make another goal, and I was like, I don't fucking know. I just made one that said big goal. Get me in there. What the fuck is this thing? Yeah, Suze, I guess I can give a big thanks to you for helping me get to a point where you are definitely helping me survive. Like, last month was like, is overkill. I mean, thank you to everybody, but yeah, I officially am not going back to the Y, so this is me 5 days a week now, and I do thank all of you guys for letting that be real. I've taken the leap. It's a very scary leap, but I'm a much happier person this way. And if needed, I will take care of. Don't worry about it. Too weird and personal to get deeper into it. Did you ever find that kid in the ball pit? Not my responsibility now. Cover your legal fees. No, nothing is different. I am just continuing the stream. What? Oh my god. What am I supposed to do about you? Fucking hell. Yo, look at this legend. Tormy! What's up, dude? How you doing, brother? God, I hate this sound. It, like, makes my ears ring. I like how there's, like, a bunch of, like, mini-bosses in here. This just screams pushable to me. It's not looking pushable. Okay. I'll be the lawyer. God damn it. I'm doing great, man. Nice to see you, Torby. Go to the next room. Wow, great hint. The old man has gone senile. Go to the next room, he said. Bird Law is best law, you're right. I got a few extras in Bird Law! Oh my god, I fucking love you guys so much. Fucking Bird Law. You said spa day. I thought you're spaghetti day? You taking me for spaghetti day? I'm gonna try this a few times. Aha. Aviary attorney, yeah. Yeah, man, that was great. I remember you playing that. Bombs. I'll take you out for some milk steaks. Fuck yeah, Tormy. You know the way to my heart. I can't even see this room and I'm demolishing them. Dude, I don't need keys. That's the problem because we already got the fucking infinite key or whatever. Okay, we could possibly go down here. But I think that'd be it. Unless we can go right. Going left would be worthless. It's a room we've already been in. Romham! Bringing out the Sunny references when Tormy's here, guys. He fucking knows them all, too. Damn it. Do I have all the Infinity Stones? Yes. I don't even know what all of them are, so probably wouldn't be best if I had them. Fuck. Okay. I've never seen Sunny. It is one of the best comedy shows on the air. Probably the best comedy show on the air. Still on the air, I would say. Yeah, probably. Rick, the way you tried to spell bourgeoisie makes me upset, but I understand it is a hard word to spell. Bolzakis is what you said. Sounds like Charlie work. B99? All the sake of Dorito chips, yes. Can we talk about the mail? I've been dying to talk about the mail. Have you seen Barry? Have I seen Barry? Don't you say Barry McCockiner, I swear to God. Barry these nuts. I'm waiting for it, Tormy. Who's Barry? Yes, it was Markers. Oh, it's an actual show. Okay. Sorry, I'm used to speaking to Dan. No, I haven't seen Barry. What's Barry? It's on HBO? Huh. Do you know Candace? No, I don't know Candace. Dick fit in your mouth. Shame. Man, that's too bad. Candace is pretty cool. Come on. Don't be rude. Yes. We did this all for bombs. No, wait, this doesn't even make sense, because if you push over, you can only push like one block. This room is worthless. This could be a bomb wall. Oh no, not again. Hey! Oh! Holy shit! That is a lot of fucking rooms. Oh my god. Bill Hader is an assassin? What? Okay, I'm gonna throw that on my list, Tormy. Tormy, I'm pretty sure I have a few movies from you. Cool. That sounds awesome. I'll watch it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rick. How would I have known? All right, so we're in a big skull. Shame on me for not knowing that. That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah. Thank you, Tormy. I would love that. So when he said go to the next room, do you think there was something else that we could have done? Where would this go? Yeah, that's the idea, Rick. That's why I was like, yo. You probably could have gone to the next room. Oh, I went to a next room, but I don't think it. I think there was something else. I gotta figure out where like everything goes. No, I know you were actually giving me advice, Suze, but it said go to the next room, and I went to the next room, and I went to the wrong next room. Okay. They made this so confusing, dude. Okay. I know what I need to do. Level 9 is sick. Okay, where was he? Was he up here? If he wasn't up here... Okay, go to the next room. I know what I fucked up here. Beautiful. The entire size of the Outworld map? Jesus Christ. It's enormous. Okay, there's... Yeah, perfect. Duh! Yeah, what? Why did they make it so big? Okay. Let's try left. Bat room. Oh! Content, dude. Oh my god, we have more stairs. I see where this would be nice for the shit where you could glitch through it. Cause like, fuck fighting this thing again. Are we out of... We are out of potion. Okay, so if we die, it's bad, but getting back to this room won't be so bad. Okay. We know our way now. I don't even know if this is the right way, but I did get 2 staircases, which is good. Yeah, I'm impressed too. Oh, okay, and this is where we lose it all. Fuck, dude, I can't... I need to get a shield, but I also need to get a potion. I have nowhere to grind money now. So... How do I fucking... Yeah. Okay. One more BRBP break, and then we're gonna demolish this game. What's a good song from Link to the Past? No, that one's scary. This is a good one. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, let's fucking do this shit, boys. It is time to try to get through this. Well, actually, it's not time yet. It's time to fucking go back and get another potion and fucking, I don't know, I guess try to get a shield if I can get enough money for it. The shield's expensive, the fucking potion's expensive. We're making tier list, got carried away? What? Hello? Oh my fucking god. Oh, that's gonna throw me back. Rupee grinding time, apparently. I closed out of my map. God fucking damn it. Zelda Overworld. Yep, that's the one. Alright, so there is a cheaper shield on the right side here. Or something. But isn't that the one I already bought? There's one for 90 up there. Alright. Rick, I want to see you beat this game with no map. That's my Rick challenge. Beat Zelda 1 no map. To the left of the starting screen, there's a gambling game? Really? So we can just gamble. Beat a Zelda game? Quit teasing me about the map. Oh yeah, there's a fucking bombable wall here. Okay, so does Rick get a Marin? No. Because Rick keeps calling me a cheater. What if I... Is it always gonna be the middle one? Kyle, what's up, dude? Fuck! And it was for 50? Aw, gambling sucks. It's a 1/3 chance. Just go middle every time. Fuck! Why is the first thing you do flex your hours on Kyle? What's up, Kyle? How are you? I missed you. I love your face, dude. Thank you, Sticky. What's up, man? Nice. Let's play money-making game. Could have been minus 40. Okay. I need 90 for the shield. Okay, that's good. We can go up and get this right now. Now I know how Purce feels when I do this. Yeah, exactly. Kyle, how are you? What's up, man? What's going on tonight? All I heard was that people said Kyle can't be here, and I was like, oh. But I didn't know why. What's up? Bro, I'm lit. I'm a little too lit. Oh wait, you can buy shit over and over though, right? So wouldn't the cheaper shield still be available? Or I think 90's the cheapest, isn't it? Jesus Christ, Rick. I know any of the characters y'all are putting on these waifu things. What are you guys in Discord doing things? What is this? Oh no. Alright, so who did Smithy put in? Top tier Cortana, okay. Mercy, Tifa, oh shit, okay. Widowmaker, Samus, Lilith from Borderlands 2. I know all these fucking characters. Diva's probably top tier waifu for me. Okay, I'm gonna keep that DZ, or not DZ, Tormy DM up so I don't forget about it. Don't look? What do you mean don't look? It is, and you can buy it. Okay. Okay, big boy shield. Grind 10 so we can gamble more. Guys, it's the first time I've had to gamble in a game while you guys are all gambling in chat. It's fantastic. Cortana is the Windows Siri, right? Yes, but no. Yes, but no is the best answer. Yeah, I was more agreeing with all of them. But yes, technically, Smithy, I did. I read all your shame. I'm too lazy to make one where they're all in no. Who's... Oh, that's the... Oh yeah, she sucks. That's fucked up, Kyle. All in no, dude. That's almost fighting words, Kyle. Fuck. Please. Guys, gambling is not worth it. What do I need 68 for a potion now? God damn it. No, we're not talking about cartoons. We're talking about just video games. I changed it to video games. They said it started off with anime and I was like, I don't care. And then I said, what about video games though? Fucking hell. What's in here? Nothing. That almost fucking hit me too. Levers! Dude, I'm gonna do all this and I'm gonna immediately go lose my fucking money again. I put this site on the bottom of my tier list. I like that, man. A trash tier site. Can I just get free potions somewhere, please? Why do I have to pay so much for potions? Just stab the fairy, it works. Purce is a weeb now? Where? No. None of this information never was said by anyone. Purce weeb will never happen in a million years. We already had weeb emotes in the old days. Or weeb emote in the Discord. Put Alex Jones on there. Rick does like Alex Jones. No, don't fucking remind me, you guys. Please do not remind me. What are you clipping? I didn't do anything. I heard Alex Jones fan. Actually true. Okay. That is not where I thought we were. Where the fuck is the money-making game? Is it one more down? Okay. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna do something here. Okay. Why can't I just touch it? Purce, Kyle, what's up? Okay, we're close. We're close. I'm going with 1. I almost went with 3. Oh, me on the tier list? No. Yes, boys! We did it! Alright, beautiful. Potion shop. Oh, where's the closest potion shop? The closest one would be to the right of the first starting zone, so. A God King Killer. What the fuck does that mean? Jelly Belly Sands? Okay, I don't like that. I don't like what you're bringing up right now, Kyle. That's kind of weird. Why didn't they just add one more rupee to that? I'm not starting an OnlyFans. No, you guys will not convince me to do that. Suze, don't put this in their minds. They'll think it can happen. If I ever did it, it would just be feet pics. You can kill the King of Gods. I don't know about that, dude. I don't know if I'm that good at anything. Your feet. Look, I'm not ever gonna do it. I'm just saying what I would do if I did. Oh, really? So what you're saying is you might do it. No. Oh, thank God I can fucking block those projectiles now. Fucking likes taking my shield from me 3 dungeons ago. Making my life miserable. Alright. I'm gonna do this here as well. I'm just saving my game because I haven't saved in forever. Alright. Fuck you. I know where to go. I'm pretty sure we were on the right path. Oh my God! Understandable. Have a nice day. Okay. We need to get back up to the top right. Did we do this to get there last time? This seems like a really fucking weird, wonky way to get there. You are fucking kidding me! Wait, it's still there. Why do I still have it? Was I in it too long last time? What happened? Why do I still have it? Why do I still have my shield? DZ, thank you for lurking. 1 AM, I need to go to bed. Gonna lurk for a tiddly bit. Much love, everyone. Yeah, DZ, thank you so much, man. Love yous. Good night, person. Beautiful chat, babies. You have a good night too, Suze. Thank you for hanging out with us. And thank you for all the fucking gift subs. God damn it, dude. You're a fucking legend. Peace, Suze. Okay. I did not... You have to stand there for a few seconds? Okay, so I just didn't mash out of them fast enough the first time. That makes me even more mad that I let him just eat me for a while. Why did I not mash out of him the first time? Okay, this is how I got to the top. Absolutely, this is how I did. Just hurt myself with the fucking fire. Poor guys. Alright, one more over and then up. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Getting hit by orange ones, come on. Okay. That's some sick advice? What's some sick advice? Go to the next room. Oh, I know. It was phenomenal advice, right? This is so hard. What's hard? This game or the tier list you're making? Because both are probably true. Ooh. Rick's like, you think I care about Zelda 1? I'm not saying that to be mean to Rick. Rick actually does not care about this game. Oh, fucking hell. Oh god. Okay. Bombable something or other wall. Top right had a staircase in the last one. What does this have? Okay, I only have 2 more bombs. Don't bomb left. So up or down. Keep the tier list for Family Feud. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I can do that now. That's awesome. I haven't been able to do that the whole game because I didn't think it was a thing. These are the fucking worst. Okay. I almost fucked that up. Boo! Imagine if I did that every time I did a task in any game that I ever streamed. Why'd I do that? Okay. There's gotta be one of these fucking... That's gonna be a block push again. Knowing the block is half the battle. Is the entire battle. There we go. Hey! The fucking light arrows? Cool. Silver arrows is what they called them. Neat. But now... You found the it's mandatory? Really? You can't beat them without them? That's kind of crazy. Why would they do that? The tragedy of Half-Life 2 Episode 2? What do you mean the tragedy of it? How there's never going to be a sequel? Is that what you mean? CSI New York. Why are you talking about CSI? Hello? Ends on the world's biggest cliffhanger. It's really bad. It's really bad, Dan. Other ones are red ring, which cuts half damage again. That's the other item in here. Is there a map that I can look at? Well, yeah, we have it already. I'm stupid. Does it show where he is, though? It does not show where he is. So, where the fuck would he be? You're just naming shows you know? American Idol, but only season 4? That's the only season you watch, Kyle? Is that the case? Oh my god, it scared me. Frickin' GP, dude! Oh my goodness. Dude, thank you for the huge raid! What is going on, guys? What's up? GP! Goddamn, dude. K-Biz GP, what's up, guys? What were you streaming, dude? I'm doing great, man. How are you? Thank you guys for shouting him out. Guys, if you do not follow Guy Prime over at the Therapy Couch, baby, please do. He's amazing. I love him. World record tip? Really? Yo, K-Biz, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. I am on the final dungeon of Zelda 1 for the first time in my life. It's going interestingly. Oh, so through here it can show me what rooms I've been in, which ones I haven't, even though I have a map. Okay. Why are you making fun of me, Dan? Yo, 50%, welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Best of luck, Zelda 1 is heartbreaking at times. It's been rough, yes. It has been rough. I didn't know you were near world record on Silver Surfer. Dude, the game's going crazy. I was like trying to figure out where the hell we go next. Ranked 3rd in 19 seconds? That's awesome. Why are you making fun of me thanking someone for a raid is what I'm asking you. Not just making fun of me, okay? Want to see my curse magic? Oh no, Thin. Thin, what is your curse magic? You said it kind of funny. Listen here. About had it with you, Dan. I don't know. We need to find more staircases. I'll show you in Discord. What have you done? I'm worried. This map is bonkers. Yeah, it's fucking enormous. It's so stupid enormous. It's what they take off 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They took off 10 squares and then it would have been like the entire game map. When you're ready, go watch it. Oh no, it's a video. Wait, where did you put it? Did you send it to me? I gotta figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go here. This is all, it's just so confusing. I've only been in a handful of times, and like an idiot, I space out over a couple years, so I don't remember it. I think I'll remember a lot of this shit, but honestly, yeah. I think if I ever play this game again, there's gonna be so much that I just completely forget, dude. Like, all the staircases and stuff, I don't know how you would ever memorize it. I guess playing it a lot, but... Jeez, dude. I don't get it. I don't even know where to go right now. There's too many places to go. It's awful. Yo, Gallus, what's up? Yeah, this is a rough one. Definitely a rough one. Hoo hoo hee hee. I curse. That's my curse magic. Very good, Kyle. I'm proud of you. You're turning into a great young magician. Just wait till second quest? Well, I'm not streaming that, so... Thank goodness I'm not. I think he's probably in one of the eyes. If I had to guess where he was, I would guess he's in one of the eyes. Or something. You mentioned how much you hate this game every time you watch it? Yeah, you do. Why do you hate it so much? Just because of how, like, insane all this is? Because, I mean, this is kind of insane. Figuring out all the staircases is nuts. I'm literally, like, trying to figure it out right now. Go left? I can't go left. Unless I can. Yo, Witcher, yes, who's gifted you a sub. It's going good, how are you? Last level, I know, dude. My smooth brain is bad. Here is your tier list. Duster from Mother 3 goes in your A tier. Sonic and PewDiePie being in a tier together is very weird to me. Half-Life Alex Gordon. Okay. The fucking guy from Iron Giant. I don't know who some of these people are. Interesting. Echo, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'm smooth braining right now, guys. I'm smooth braining. I can't figure it out. Where the hell do you go to get there? Okay, the first step would be... This is so confusing. What's this game? This is Zelda 1. This is the very first Zelda on the NES. It is, pretty confusing. Only because it's the final dungeon, though. There's a staircase on the right side that leads to the left side, which is full of one-way doors that you push back over to the right side if you go the wrong way. What the fuck? Why? Why would they do that? Honestly, I actually really hate this. Somebody please guide me. I've been in this room for so long. Someone help. Lead me. Someone has to know. This is gonna take me 3 hours. Inventory. Okay. I'm currently up here. I know getting over... Go down the stairs. Shane, I mean, I actually think I do have to go down the stairs. I think that's the next move. I think I have to get out of where I am right now. I think I know. Do you know? This should bring you to the bottom left. Shane, are you just saying things right now? Yeah, we got the arrow. That actually did take me to the bottom left. How did you know that? Shane, how'd you know this? Oh, really, Shane? What the fuck? Well, if it gives me more staircases to go in, then I would think like this, right? I think it's gonna be all staircases that lead me to the final fight. That's my guess. Oh my god! Yeah, okay, so this is new. This is new. Oh my god, hitting that. Oh, I was gonna say hitting it without getting hit is gonna be something else. I've only not beaten 2 Minish Cap in the new Link's Awakening. Dude, you need to fucking play Minish Cap. Fucking hell, fucking hell, fucking hell. Stupid. I'm being stupid! Oh my fucking god! Not a great angle to hit him. Neither is this, but we'll get it. I could have just walked through this door. I have a key. Okay, we were here once, so we just got a shortcut then. That's pretty cool. Oh my god. Is there a bombable wall in here? Oh no. The Game Boy games are pretty tough. I do remember them being hard. Back, sorry, I had to pee. Dude, I have barely moved, GP, don't worry. The staircases are, they go everywhere, and it's just like... This is where I die. I mean, even if you had a map for the dungeon, it still just makes no sense. Okay, so we got around to the silver arrows, which is good. I don't know where we want to go back to is the problem. I think it's easier. I think we can get there faster. What's blocking the door to the top right? The P wall, is that what you called it? I mean, that's a smart way to say it. So this room is worthless. Top wall? There is a guy behind there, but it's not gonna help us. Oh, top wall, not 2P wall. He just fucking ate my shield because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Oh my god. Just get me to fucking Ganon, and this guy did nothing! All he did was say, oh, Petra has a map! I couldn't tell what was going on, there's so much shit! I don't even know what that means. Who the fuck is Patra? Yikes, dude. Marcus, this was a shitty room, dude. Left wall? No, I don't think there's anything in the left wall. Of here? No. Oh. Well, we already did that! So this doesn't help at all! We already have the map! Left wall of the last room. No, this room is actually just worthless. Just beat Ganon. Listen. Listen, Flux. 3 left and then up. Is this a guess, Markers? Oh, wait. I remember this. Wait, this is where... Yeah, this is where I was. So I was going the right direction from the start. I kill these because I want them to give me hearts and they don't do it. Okay, guys. The shade. Always, always from Flux. You might get a key from them. I don't need a key. I have the infinite key. I literally don't need any more keys. I just have to find my way to Ganon. I have the silver arrow. I have infinite keys. I just have to get to Ganon. Flux, stop saying that. That's not true. Did we ever fucking go in here? I don't think I ever went in here. No, you didn't. Okay, then this is the way to go. Why did I not go in here? Oh, because I went down the stairs to go get the silver arrows. Take the compliment? It's not, that's too big of a compliment. All right. You're close to where you need to be? I was trying to tell you. Okay, well, Marcus, you were right. I'm gonna go up here. Oh my god. I can fucking hear Ganon, dude. Gabon. I'm retiring. Take my sword. Wait, why? What are you talking about? Before I fuck something up, do I need to bomb something here? I need to bomb the left wall? I have 1 bomb. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, uh-huh. We're on the very left side here. You need an... No. Oh my god, why am I doing this? Fuck, I didn't... Okay, there. Drop me a bomb, please. I would be forever thankful! Okay, a fairy is good, but I need a bomb. Can I go down here, or is it gonna get me stuck? I'm scared of going down and getting stuck. Because there are one-way doors. What are you talking about? Stop making Rick mad! I'm not even saying anything to him and he's getting mad. This isn't even my doing. There's nothing I can do about it. Stop being mean to him. Chat, don't be mean to Rick. Too late. I'm gonna say it. Don't you fucking dare. I'm about to get hit by this fucking thing. No. Okay, but we can grind out bombs, right? We can just keep kill. No, wait. Everything died. Wait. But bats. Bats, do any of you drop bombs? Can I go down here? I need to know. Bought the bomb upgrades? I didn't know there were bomb upgrades. Alright, we're going down. If this fucks it up, then I suck. Okay. No, I don't wish I had bought the bomb upgrade because I got lucky as fuck. Okay. Okay, Jesus Christ. Is this it? Is this fucking it, boys? Don't. Okay. Oh, that's what they were saying? Oh, I bet you'd hope that you could carry more bombs is what they're saying. That's what 100 was. I thought they were selling 8 bombs for a ridiculous price because this game would do something like that. You can't think I'm crazy for thinking that, right? Yeah, I do wish I would have bought that. I didn't know that's what he was selling. I would definitely... Did I just go back? What did I just do? I just went back... What? I'm not paying attention. I just went back down where... Oh my god. I saw this and went, ooh. Oh, because there's nothing in here. That's why I thought that. Oh my god, there's more. It keeps going. Okay. Whew! Oh my fucking god. I hear him! He's up there, isn't he? Okay, that does not hurt him. That 3D effect is really impressive for the fucking NES. Oh my god, fucking hitting this one around him with a beam is so hard. There we go. Alright. Any heals? No, no heals. That's a patcher, by the way. Okay. Good luck, have fun. Alright, we have to hit him with silver arrows. What is the Ganon strat? Hit him with silver arrows and then hit him with a sword? We have 64. Think about the scope and the size of this game, because, dude, it's insane. This game is enormous. Hit him forehead. Don't die. Oh, you can run around everywhere in here. Do you have to hit him while he's invisible? Guys, I've never fought Ganon. I don't know how this works. No, I've never fought him. I don't get it. I don't know how to do it. Please, don't let me die to him. I don't want to spend another hour doing this. Oh, wait. Isn't original Ganon, don't you light these or something? No. Yes, I do want tips, please. I do not want to redo this dungeon. That's Link to the Past? Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Stab first, okay. Whoops. That is so fucking... Oh, there we go. Oh, and no magic projectile blocking because we lost our shield last second. Okay. Oh my fucking god. How do you get to him fast enough? We're gonna... Yeah. Magic projectiles, dude. Uh... Gallus, getting hit is my #1 skill in this game. Of course I failed that. Yeah, I know there's a ring you can get that halves your damage, but I really don't want to get it. Fuck going around this dungeon anymore. I know that'll help a lot, but I'm gonna die again. If getting hit is a problem, yeah, I know, but it's exploring an enormous dungeon the size of the entire game that I really do not want to do. Alright. I don't have any more water, Mooey. I don't have any more water. It's a secret to everyone. I should have just died here because it'll warp you to the beginning. Which is exactly what I wanted. Alright. Let's go gamble some more, boys! And hope to God that I can pull something out of this. It's all. How many times do I pick up the -40? Oh yeah, does the whistle actually warp you in this game? I honestly forget. I never use it outside here. Dude, I always think that... Where's this take you? What? I honestly have not used that one time for that. The next number didn't... Oh. Why is it taking me here? Huh. Dude, I have not used that the whole game. God damn it. That's nice. So then what is this? Based on the direction you're facing? What? Why is everything gotta be so weird in this game? Left to go down. What a weird thing. Okay. I more just wanted to test that to see if it worked, and it sure enough did. Just kind of waiting for the tornado because of doing it in Mario 3 so much. Alright. Tempting. Don't gamble all, Diesel. It never works. Yeah, that is really good to know. Alright, guys, literally for time's sake. Alright, never mind. How many do I need? Alright. Now for time's sake. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I'm saying for time's sake. Never mind. I was gonna say I might save state before this and just get free money so I don't have to grind, but alright. Game didn't want me to cheat, so. Game said, now I'll give it to you this time. The game knows I've been through enough already. Alright. We got the potion. Now we need to go buy a shield at, like, the top leftish up here. This isn't good for my gambling addiction. Oh, wait, why? What are you doing? Don't gamble. Stop. Quit gambling. Don't listen to anything they ever say. Alright. What was in here? I think that was a heart piece earlier. Or heart container. Alright, let's go to this fairy fountain one last time. Maybe, if I can find it. I am currently losing it. All right. So, getting it back there faster, we'd want to go to either the tree or the okay, this is no, this would be bad. How many bitbucks to bring back Super Mario World speedruns? Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, I could do it. I don't know how. I would have to relearn some stuff. That game was so frustrating to speedrun. It's so short. I have to run for Super Mario Land runs. Super Mario World runs? How many bitbucks? I don't know. I still haven't done a full playthrough of Super Mario World on stream. Yeah, I used to do 11 exit like pretty heavy. That was the first game I ever learned how to speedrun. And it's, yeah, all exits. No, I've never streamed a full playthrough of it. I don't know how. Alright, let's get back up here. God damn it. We're already losing health. You played a little bit once? I probably did a mock speedrun of it. But like doing every level through to the end, I have never done. Yeah. I mean, I could still show off how you can beat it in 11. Yeah, I used to only do those two runs, which is hilarious. That just sounds like torture now. Alright, we're back up here. Alright. I want to go in with full health. If possible. Beautiful. Alright. I'm going to save here so we don't have to do the grinding anymore. Alright. We have to do this in a very certain order. To get to the top right again is technically what we need to do. I'm just doing it at the beginning so I don't have to grind for stream's sake. There's a lot of shit it's just not fun to redo on stream, you know? Okay, we just need to figure out how to get back to where we were. We need to get back up to the top right. Oh my god, Dan. Dan, no. Trying to remember where these stairs are that take me where I need to go. Really, dude. I don't even need to be in this room clearing these out, but I'm so mad that they fucking hurt me that I attack them more and then I take more damage. Fucking leave me alone, Dan. Could if I wanted. I really just didn't want to for this game. I didn't trust my battery on my cart. I was like, that thing might not fucking save. All right. I feel like this is your clipboard at all times. There's a lot on my clipboard. Alright. This is not that hard to remember, actually. These fuckers, though, need to stay away from my shield, I swear to God. Alright. I don't think we ever went in here. Is this the wrong way? We didn't. Yeah, once you know where you're supposed to go, not so bad, right? God, you're the worst. Actual garbage enemy! Fucking Wizrobes, dude. Alright, was it down here? I'm just so scared of going the wrong direction and it's gonna be like, you're fucked. Or no, this is where the guy was. Okay. Jesus. All right. No, Dan. They're Wizrobes. They have wizard robes. They kind of do look like that, though. All right, which way was it, boys? It was the left. Pretty sure it was the left. Yeah, it was. Oh my god, I actually made it through there without getting hit. It's amazing. Alright, left and then up. Fucking Kekona. Alright, we're killing these with this fucking thing. I see why Marin said this thing melts them. Because you can fucking just... I mean, literally melting them with fire, but also, like, fuck these things. Kill them with fire, please. See if they drop any items. I don't think they ever do. Wand is OP? It is. It's insane. Fuck, I'm forgetting. Where did we go again here? Was it that room up there and then you push a block or something? Up and stairs, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you guys. You're keeping me sane. We're gonna get through this. This is one of the harder Zeldas. So we got this shit. Ow. Ow. I'm probably gonna go ahead and use my first heal. Oh, let's wait till... Well, no. I'm gonna go ahead and use it. I don't like this. I don't like risking it. Fuck you. You're putting me in a corner here! Will this be 4 out of 20? No, this will be 3, right? I haven't played in like 2 weeks, so I mean, we didn't make any progress on it. Fuck you, Dan. Every time. It's never enough for Dan. This will be 3, yeah. 3 weird. 3 head. Okay. Alright. So he's in here, eh? Can you... Fuck you. Bottom left. This doesn't seem very patternish. It just seems like a fucking dickhead. Okay, that doesn't block that. I had to do a test. Dude, I'm gonna have to hit him like 60 times too. I'm gonna guess. And I can't even fucking hit him once. Are you planning to play them all? Yes, but then whenever I say that, people go, oh, so you're playing the CDI ones, you're doing all this? I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm playing all the main series Zeldas, yeah. So, 20 of them. They stay in a place and stab a lot. It's like right here. That is definitely the move, to stay in one spot and stab a lot. And how do you know whenever you're supposed to shoot him with the thing? Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it couldn't have been scarier. I don't want to walk into this fire. Can you die on this fire? Hello? I'm scared. Probably? What do you mean probably? Yes, you can. What do I do to get rid of it? It's not GG's yet. I'm gonna... Oh. Oh my god, it was so scary. Ah! Okay, seizure warning. Sorry, I was a little late. Thanks, Link. You're the hero of Hyrule. Finally, peace returns to Hyrule. This ends the story. Oh my god. That last dungeon is quite fucking something. Once you know that path, that's not so bad. Oh, this is second quest. Can't you just start second quest by typing in Zelda, though? This is the story until we want more money. Second quest hype. Is hype the word? Holy shit! dude, everybody who was here today, thank you guys for all the raids. Thank you for watching me, helping me. Thank you, Jared, Gallus, Marin, Markers, Nico, everybody here. Thank you guys for all the help. I appreciate you guys so much. That is a fucking Zelda game, dude. Hell yeah, I am, Rick. You think I forgot? I didn't forget. Here's the fucking list. And here it is. Take it off, baby! Zelda 1, done. Fucking done. GG, easy noobs. Thank you, Wooch. I helped by staying out of the way. Alright, 3 games done on it. There's a lot to go. A lot of games to go. But we did take it off. Now the question is, Skyward Sword has gotten second twice in a row. Do we play Skyward Sword next, or do I do another poll and we leave it up to the polls? I feel bad for Skyward Sword, honestly, at this point. Skyward will be kind of rough. Let the people speak. I feel so bad for Skyward. Poll. We'll probably do a poll again. That game will get played one day. Yeah, if you guys are into that Discord stuff, we have one, and that's where I'll post the polls and any updates and shit. Thank you guys so much, everyone, for hanging out. There's 55 of you in here. What the heck? It deserves it. I've only played the first dungeon of it. I thought it was okay. It wasn't enough for me to finish it. I've always wanted to finish it though, because I like the music in it at least, and it's Zelda, so. If you just didn't have the directional motion controls, that's the only thing I have to complain about it. 59 deaths. Like, that is, I think we died over 100 times in Link to the Past, so we did better on this game than Link to the Past. Pretty good. Sometimes for good reasons. It does get dunked on a lot. That is true. A lot of people dunk on that game. Pretty rough. Poor Zelda game. Alright, guys. Freaking 2 a.m. Perfect. It's like at the 6 hour mark. Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Let's think. Who do we raid now? I have Zeke, who's been raiding who has been here showing us a lot of support. And Andy is always on whenever we're streaming late. Yeah, okay, good poll, guys. Replaying the inventory thing? For Tina. It's hard, right? Oh, heck, it's a tie! That is not the poll we're going off of. Oh, shit. Let's throw love over to Zeke. He's on Cozy Couch, and yeah, I want to raid him. Sounds good. He's playing a game that he's saying is like Resident Evil, I think. If this condom ad goes away, then I can tell you if it looks like it. It do kind of be looking like Resident Evil. It shows you where it goes in your inventory. Oh, that actually sounds so annoying. That sounds terrible. Alright, let's check out this Resident Evil-like game. Guys, if you got a second, please go say hi to Blitz, Craig, Zeke. Getting targeted condom ads? I don't know what's happening. Guys, say hi to Zeke if you got a second. Thank you so much for hanging out with me all night and helping me beat Zelda 1. It's amazing. We did it! We beat it. Good night, guys. I love you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Adios.